Michael Jordan's private jet sat frozen on the tarmac at Teterboro Airport for 4 days straight. Police came. Reporters swarmed. Everyone had theories: drugs, money laundering, secret scandals. But the real reason? It was simpler, more powerful, and more dangerous than anyone imagined. A doctor had saved a dying child and was now running for her life. Jordan had sent his plane to rescue her. What happened next would spark a national movement, put a 12-year-old boy in front of Congress, and prove that sometimes breaking the rules is the most heroic thing you can do. This is the true story of how one grounded jet changed everything. Marcus Williams pressed his face against the cold window of his dad's pickup truck, watching the sun peek over the runways of Teterboro Airport. His breath made foggy circles on the glass, and today was special. Bring your kid to work day. And Marcus had been counting down since last Wednesday. You excited, buddy? His dad, David Williams, asked from the driver's seat. David wore his dark blue mechanic's uniform with Williams stitched across the chest pocket. Are you kidding? I get to see private jets all day. Marcus grinned, showing the gap between his front teeth. He was 12 years old, skinny for his age, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that seemed too big for his face. The truck rolled through the security gate at 6:03 a.m. Marcus knew the exact time because he'd been checking his watch every 2 minutes since they left their apartment in Paterson, New Jersey, 20 minutes ago. Teterboro wasn't like the huge airports Marcus had seen on TV. No massive terminals or endless crowds. And this airport was special. It was just for private planes. Rich people, celebrities, and business executives flew in and out all day long. His dad had worked here for 8 years, fixing and checking the fancy jets that cost more than 100 houses. Remember the rules, David said as he parked near Hangar 7. Stay close to me. Don't touch anything unless I say so. And if I'm working on something dangerous, you wait in the break room. I know, Dad. You told me 17 times. Marcus unbuckled his seatbelt and grabbed his backpack. Inside were 3 things: his lunch, his diabetes testing kit, and a notebook where he wrote down every cool plane he saw. They walked across the tarmac. The morning air smelled like jet fuel and coffee from the terminal building. Marcus loved that smell. It meant adventure. It meant people going places. And it meant dreams taking off. Morning, David. A woman with short gray hair waved from the hangar entrance. She wore a bright yellow safety vest over her business suit. Morning, Sarah, David called back. This is my son, Marcus. Marcus, this is Miss Chen. She runs pretty much everything around here. Sarah Chen smiled warmly. Welcome to Teterboro, Marcus. Your dad talks about you all the time. Marcus felt his cheeks get hot. Thanks. Is he going to be okay out here? Sarah asked David quietly, though Marcus could still hear. With his condition? Marcus's jaw tightened. His condition. That's what adults called it when they didn't want to say diabetes out loud like it was a bad word. He's got his kit, David said, patting Marcus's shoulder. He knows when to check his blood sugar. He's been managing it for 4 years now. I'm fine, Marcus added, maybe a bit too sharply. He didn't like being talked about like he wasn't standing right there. Sarah nodded. Of course you are. Well, you picked a good day to visit. We've got some beautiful birds on the tarmac today. They walked into the massive hangar. Marcus's mouth fell open. 3 jets sat inside, gleaming under the bright lights. One was white with gold stripes, another was navy blue with a company logo. But the third one, the one that made Marcus's heart nearly stop, was silver and black with a red symbol on the tail. The Jumpman logo. Dad, Marcus whispered, grabbing his father's arm. Dad, is that... Michael Jordan's plane, David finished, grinning. Pretty cool, right? Marcus couldn't breathe. Well, he could breathe, but it felt like he couldn't. A Michael Jordan. The greatest basketball player who ever lived. The man whose poster covered half of Marcus's bedroom wall. The legend who hit the shot in 1998, the clip Marcus had watched at least 500 times on YouTube. Can I get closer? Marcus asked. In a minute, let me check the work schedule first. David walked over to a computer terminal near the tool station. Marcus stayed frozen, staring at the jet. It was a Gulfstream G55. Oh, he knew that, because he'd looked it up after his dad first mentioned working on it. The tail number was N236MJ. The 23 was for Jordan's jersey number with the Chicago Bulls. The MJ was obvious. The plane was gorgeous. Sleek and powerful, like a metal falcon. The Jumpman logo, the silhouette of Michael Jordan dunking, seemed to jump right off the tail. Marcus imagined Jordan sitting inside, flying to games, to business meetings, to wherever legends go. Hey, Marcus! A younger mechanic named Tony walked past carrying a toolbox. Your old man finally brought you to see the place, huh? Yeah. Marcus couldn't stop smiling. That Jordan's plane you're staring at? Marcus nodded. It's been sitting there for 3 days now. Haven't seen it move once. Weird, right? Marcus frowned. Why is that weird? Tony shrugged. Jordan's plane is usually in and out constantly. Charlotte to New York to Chicago, Chicago to LA. That jet probably flies more than most commercial airlines. But this week? Nothing, just sitting there like a fancy paperweight. Maybe he's on vacation, Marcus suggested. Maybe. Tony didn't sound convinced. Or maybe something's wrong with it. Your dad's been checking it over, but he hasn't found anything broken. David returned from the computer, his expression serious. Tony, has Sarah said anything more about the Jordan situation? Tony lowered his voice. Just that it's not mechanical. FAA hasn't flagged anything either, but airport ops got some kind of notice. Nobody's talking about what it says. Marcus felt a flutter of excitement in his stomach. A mystery. And not just any mystery. A mystery involving Michael Jordan's private jet. Can we look at it, Dad? Marcus asked. Please? David hesitated, then nodded. Okay, but just a quick look. I've got other planes to service today. They walked across the smooth hangar floor toward the Gulfstream. Each step made Marcus's heart beat faster. He'd never been this close to anything connected to Michael Jordan before. Sure, he had the shoes, the posters, even the jersey. But this was different. This was real. This was something Jordan actually touched and used. The plane was enormous up close. The door was closed, the windows dark. A rolling staircase sat nearby, but it wasn't attached to the entrance. $61.5 million, David said quietly. That's what this jet cost. Custom everything, special paint job. Even the interior is designed exactly how Jordan wanted it. Have you been inside? Marcus asked. Twice. Once for a deep inspection and once to fix a navigation system. It's like a flying hotel room in there. Leather seats that recline into beds. A full kitchen. Bathroom with a shower. Even has a couch. Marcus tried to imagine having that much money. His family lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. His mom, Teresa, worked as a nursing assistant at St. Joseph's Hospital in Patterson. His dad fixed planes. They weren't poor, but they definitely weren't private jet rich. Actually, they struggled sometimes, especially with Marcus's medical supplies. Insulin was expensive. Test strips were expensive. The continuous glucose monitor his doctor wanted him to have. His mom had looked at the price and quietly closed the website. They couldn't afford it. Why do you think it's just sitting here? Marcus asked, pulling out his notebook and sketching the Jumpman logo. I don't know, son, but whatever the reason, it's not my business to guess. I just make sure the planes are safe to fly. A golf cart buzzed into the hangar. Sarah Chen was driving and she looked upset. She parked quickly and hurried over to David. Can I borrow you for a minute? She asked, glancing at Marcus. It's about the situation. Marcus, wait here, David said. Don't touch anything. They walked toward Sarah's office, a glass-walled room at the far end of the hangar. Marcus watched them go, then looked back at Jordan's jet. 3 days it had been sitting here. 3 days without moving. For a plane that supposedly flew constantly, that was strange. Very strange. Marcus walked slowly around the jet, Nick staying a respectful distance away. He noticed everything his dad had taught him to notice. The tires looked good, no flat spots or cracks. The landing gear was clean and properly positioned. The engine cowlings were secure. Everything looked perfect. So why wasn't it flying? Through the glass wall of Sarah's office, Marcus could see his dad and Sarah talking. Sarah was showing David something on her tablet. Even from 50 feet away, Marcus could tell it was serious. His dad's shoulders were tense. Sarah kept shaking her head. Another golf cart entered the hangar. This one carried someone Marcus didn't recognize. A black man in an expensive-looking gray suit, maybe 40 years old with close-cut hair and a Bluetooth earpiece. He looked stressed, his forehead wrinkled with worry. The man parked and immediately pulled out his phone, making a call as he walked toward Jordan's jet. He stood right where Marcus had been standing moments ago, staring up at the plane like it had personally insulted him. Marcus pretended to be interested in a different jet, but he was really listening. "No, Michael's not coming today," the man said into his phone. "I told you, he can't. Not until this gets resolved. I don't care what the lawyers say. We're not moving the plane until we have complete clarity. Because if we mess this up, it's not just about money, it's about..." The man noticed Marcus watching. He turned away, lowering his voice. Marcus's mind erased. Michael Jordan couldn't come to his own plane? Something needed to be resolved? Lawyers were involved? This wasn't just about a broken part or a maintenance delay. This was something bigger. The man finished his call and walked toward the jet's door. He pulled out a keycard and opened the entrance, climbing the built-in stairs and disappearing inside. Marcus wanted desperately to follow, to see what the man was looking for, but he'd promised his dad he wouldn't touch anything. So he waited, practically vibrating with curiosity. 5 minutes passed, then 10. The man didn't come out. David emerged from Sarah's office. His face was pale. That scared Marcus more than anything. His dad never looked scared. His dad was the calmest person Marcus knew, the guy who could fix anything, who never panicked. "Marcus, come here, buddy." Marcus jogged over. "What's wrong?" "Nothing you need to worry about," David said, but his voice said otherwise. "Listen, I need you to go wait in the break room for a bit. There's hot chocolate in the machine and some magazines." "But Dad..." "Marcus, please, just for a little while." Marcus knew that tone. It meant the discussion was over. He grabbed his backpack and walked toward the break room, which was really just a small room with a few chairs, a vending machine, and a microwave that only worked sometimes. But Marcus didn't go inside the break room, not right away. He stood just outside the door, hanging in a spot where he could see through the hangar's windows, but where the adults probably couldn't see him. He watched as Sarah made a phone call. He watched as 2 more people arrived, both wearing suits, both looking official and serious. One of them was a police officer. Not in uniform, but Marcus could tell. The way he stood, the badge clipped to his belt, the serious expression. Marcus's mouth went dry. Police. At the airport, looking at Michael Jordan's jet. This wasn't about a maintenance delay. This was something real, something serious. The detective, that's what Marcus decided to call him, talked with Sarah and David. He showed them some kind of identification. Then he walked to Jordan's jet and knocked on the door. The man in the gray suit emerged, and even from a distance, Marcus could see the tension in his posture. What the detective said something. The gray-suited man shook his head. They had a conversation that lasted several minutes, both men's voices rising. Marcus couldn't hear the exact words, but he caught fragments. "Flight manifest. Last Tuesday. Need to see everything." Last Tuesday. That was March 12th. 3 days ago. The day, according to Tony, that Jordan's jet stopped moving. What happened on March 12th? The detective entered the jet. The gray-suited man followed, looking like he wanted to argue but knew he couldn't. Marcus pulled out his phone. His best friend, Deshaun Harris, had texted him twice asking how the airport visit was going. Deshaun was the only other person at Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School who loved basketball as much as Marcus did. They'd spent hours arguing about whether Jordan or LeBron James was the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Marcus typed quickly, "Dude, something huge is happening with MJ's plane. Police are here. Nobody will tell me why. It's been grounded for 3 days." Deshaun's response came in seconds. "What? Are you serious? Take pictures." Marcus aimed his phone at the hangar, snapping a few quick photos of the jet, the detective's car, and the general scene. He knew his dad would be mad if he got caught, but this was too important. This was history happening right in front of him. His phone buzzed with Deshaun's next message. "This is crazy. Why would Jordan's plane be grounded?" That was the question, wasn't it? Marcus's mind spun through possibilities. Mechanical failure? But Tony said nothing was wrong mechanically. Legal trouble? Yeah, but why would that ground the plane? Something about the last flight? But what? Inside the jet, the detective reappeared holding something in a clear plastic bag. Even from 30 yards away, Marcus could see it was small, maybe the size of a deck of cards. The gray-suited man was gesturing, trying to explain something. The detective wasn't listening. He walked straight to his car, placed the evidence bag inside, and returned to the jet. Sarah and David stood off to the side watching. Sarah had her arms crossed. David kept running his hand over his head, something he only did when he was really stressed. Marcus checked his blood sugar, partly because he was supposed to, partly to give his hands something to do. 127. Fine. Normal. His body was working even if his brain was exploding with questions, and the detective spent another 20 minutes inside the jet. When he finally came out, he was carrying a small box and another evidence bag. He spoke briefly with the gray-suited man, handed him a business card, and then walked towards Sarah's office. Through the glass walls, Marcus watched them have a very serious conversation. The detective was showing Sarah something on his phone. Whatever it was made Sarah sit down suddenly, like her legs had stopped working. This was bad. Really bad. The detective left Sarah's office and walked straight toward his car. As he passed the break room, he glanced through the window and made eye contact with Marcus for just a second. His expression wasn't mean exactly, but it was serious. The look of someone who had a difficult job to do. David appeared at the break room door. "Hey, buddy. Sorry that took so long." "What's happening, Dad? Why are the police here?" David sat down in the plastic chair next to Marcus. He was quiet for a long moment. "Sometimes, son, things happen that are complicated. Adult things. And sometimes those things involve people we admire, like Michael Jordan. Is he in trouble? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But his plane is part of an investigation now." "What kind of investigation?" David hesitated. "I can't tell you that. Not because I don't want to, but because I honestly don't know the whole story. What I do know is that something happened on that jet's last flight, and the authorities need to figure out what it was." Marcus's hands were shaking a little. Not from low blood sugar, from excitement and fear mixed together. "Is Mr. Jordan okay? Is anyone hurt?" "Nobody's hurt. That's the important thing, but..." David looked toward the jet. "But sometimes doing the right thing gets complicated. And I think that's what's happening here." Before Marcus could ask what that meant, a loud engine noise filled the hangar. Both Marcus and David turned to look outside. A black SUV with tinted windows was pulling up to Hangar 7. It moved slowly, deliberately, like the driver knew exactly where they were going. The SUV parked directly in front of the hangar entrance. The engine stopped. For 10 long seconds, nothing happened. Then the driver's door opened. A man stepped out. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, wearing dark jeans, a black leather jacket, and Air Jordan sneakers that looked brand new. He wore sunglasses even though the morning sun wasn't that bright yet. Marcus's heart nearly exploded out of his chest. "Dad," he whispered. "Dad, is that..." The man removed his sunglasses, folding them carefully and putting them in his jacket pocket. Even from inside the break room, even though Marcus had only seen him in pictures and videos and posters, there was absolutely no doubt who he was looking at. Michael Jordan had arrived. Michael Jordan stood beside his SUV for a moment, surveying the hangar like a general observing a battlefield. Even in simple clothes, jeans, and a jacket, he carried himself differently than regular people. His shoulders were straight, his head was high. He moved with purpose. Marcus couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His hero, the man whose face was on 6 posters in his bedroom, whose highlights he'd watched until he could recite the commentary, was 30 feet away. "Stay here," David whispered, but Marcus barely heard him. Jordan walked toward the hangar entrance. The man in the gray suit, his assistant Marcus now realized, rushed to meet him. They spoke quietly, the assistant gesturing toward the jet, then toward Sarah's office where the detective had gone. Jordan listened without interrupting. His face was hard to read. Not angry exactly, but not happy either. He looked like someone who'd driven a long way to deal with something he didn't want to deal with. Sarah Chen emerged from her office, followed by the detective. She extended her hand to Jordan. He shook it, nodded politely, but his attention was already moving past her to his grounded jet. Marcus pressed closer to the break room window. His dad had said to stay put, but he hadn't said Marcus couldn't watch. "Mr. Jordan," Sarah was saying, in her voice carrying across the quiet hangar. "Detective Cooper from the New Jersey State Police needs to ask you some questions." Detective Cooper stepped forward. He was shorter than Jordan, most people were, with graying hair and a tired expression. "Mr. Jordan, thank you for coming. I know this is inconvenient." "Let's just get to it," Jordan said. His voice was deeper than Marcus expected. Serious. "What's the problem with my plane?" "There's no problem with the aircraft itself," Cooper replied. "The issue concerns your flight from Charlotte on March 12th. We need to discuss the passengers and the circumstances of that flight." Jordan's jaw tightened slightly. "I already told your people everything over the phone." "I understand, but there are some inconsistencies we need to clarify. Can we speak privately?" Jordan glanced at his jet, and then back at the detective. "How long is this going to take?" "That depends on your cooperation, sir." The two men walked toward Sarah's office. The assistant started to follow, but Jordan held up a hand. "James, wait out here. Make sure nobody touches the plane." "Yes, sir," James said. The office door closed. Through the glass walls, Marcus watched Jordan sit down across from Detective Cooper. Sarah Chen remained standing by the door, her arms crossed. "I need to get back to work," David said quietly. "You okay here for a bit?" Marcus nodded without taking his eyes off the office. "Dad, what do you think happened?" David sighed. "I think Michael Jordan helped someone who needed help. And I think sometimes helping people gets you in trouble with the rules." "But he's Michael Jordan. He's a hero." "Heroes are just people, Marcus. They make mistakes. They face hard choices." David squeezed his son's shoulder. "Stay in the break room. I mean it this time." After his dad left, Marcus sat in one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs, but he couldn't sit still. His leg bounced up and down. His fingers drummed on his thigh. He kept checking his phone, reading Deshawn's increasingly excited messages. "Is he there? Did you see him? Marcus, answer me." Marcus typed back. "He's here, talking to police. Something happened on his last flight from Charlotte." Deshawn's response was immediate. "I'm looking up Charlotte flights. Hold on." Marcus smiled despite the tension. Deshawn was like that, always researching, always digging for information. His friend wanted to be a sports journalist someday, and he approached everything like an investigation. While he waited, young Marcus's mind drifted to his own connection with Michael Jordan. Not a real connection, obviously. Jordan didn't know Marcus existed, but in Marcus's heart, the connection felt real. It started 4 years ago when Marcus was 8. That was the year everything changed. He'd been feeling sick for weeks, thirsty all the time, tired, going to the bathroom constantly. His mom thought it was a growth spurt or maybe a virus. Then one morning, Marcus couldn't wake up. His mom found him in bed, breathing but unconscious, his skin cold and clammy. The ambulance ride was a blur. The hospital was brighter, scarier. Doctors and nurses moved around him quickly, sticking needles in his arm, asking his mom questions she couldn't answer. "Type 1 diabetes," the doctor finally said. "His blood sugar is over 600. Yes, we need to start insulin immediately." Marcus didn't understand what that meant. He was 8. All he knew was that he felt terrible and everyone looked worried. They kept him in the hospital for 5 days, room 412 at Newark. Beth Israel Medical Center. The room had cream-colored walls and a window that looked out over the parking lot. Not exactly exciting. His mom tried to make it better. She brought his favorite blanket from home. She bought magazines and coloring books, and on the second day, she arrived with a poster. A huge poster of Michael Jordan dunking, his tongue out, his legs spread impossibly wide. "I know you're scared, baby," she'd said, taping it to the wall across from his bed. But look at him. Michael Jordan didn't become the greatest by giving up when things got hard. Yeah, you're not going to give up either. Marcus stared at that poster for hours, days. He memorized every detail, the curve of Jordan's arm, the texture of the basketball, the intensity in his eyes. When the nurses came to prick his finger for the 100th time, he looked at Jordan. When the nutritionist explained all the foods he couldn't eat anymore, he looked at Jordan. When he had to give himself his first insulin shot, his hands shaking so badly his mom had to help, he looked at Jordan. The poster became his anchor, his reminder that hard things were survivable. After he got home, Marcus became obsessed with Jordan's story. He watched every documentary he could find. He learned about Jordan getting cut from his high school varsity team and working harder than everyone else to make it. Yet he learned about Jordan's failures, the seasons that didn't end in championships, the games he lost, the shots he missed. But mostly, Marcus learned that Jordan never quit. Ever. No matter how hard things got. That lesson mattered more than any medicine. When Marcus had to wake up early to check his blood sugar before school, he thought about Jordan's 5 a.m. practices. When he had to turn down birthday cake at parties, he thought about Jordan's strict diet during training. When other kids made fun of his insulin pump in the locker room, he thought about Jordan being told he was too short, too skinny, not good enough. Diabetes didn't beat Michael Jordan. It wasn't going to beat Marcus Williams either. By the time Marcus turned 12, he'd learned to manage his condition pretty well. He knew how to count carbohydrates, but he knew the symptoms of low blood sugar versus high blood sugar. He knew when to test and when to take insulin, but knowing how to manage diabetes and being able to afford to manage it properly were two different things. Insurance covered some of his supplies, but not all. The deductible was high. The copays added up. Test strips cost $40 for a box of 50, and Marcus needed to test 6 to 8 times per day. Insulin was even worse. One vial cost over $300 without insurance, and even with insurance, they paid $75 per vial. Marcus needed about 3 vials per month. His mom worked overtime when she could. His dad took extra shifts. They never said anything to Marcus about the cost, but he heard them sometimes late at night, talking in worried whispers about medical bills and payment plans and which expenses they could delay. The continuous glucose monitor his doctor recommended, a small device that would check his blood sugar automatically every 5 minutes, cost $6,000 per year, even with insurance. His parents smiled and said, maybe next year, and Marcus knew what that meant. It meant no. So, Marcus rationed his test strips. He stretched time between tests. He learned to recognize the feelings of high and low blood sugar so he didn't have to check as often. His A1C, the number that showed his average blood sugar control, crept higher. Not dangerous, but not great either. His doctor, Dr. Martinez, frowned at the test results during his last checkup. "Marcus, are you testing as often as we discussed?" Marcus looked at his shoes. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Dr. Martinez knew she wasn't stupid. She'd probably seen dozens of kids whose families couldn't afford proper supplies. She made a note in his chart and said, "Do your best." Do your best. That's all anyone could do, right? That's what Jordan would do. Marcus's phone buzzed. Deshawn had sent a screenshot of an article from the Charlotte Observer, dated March 11th, the day before Jordan's flight. "Hornets host Heat in final home game of season," the headline read. Marcus scanned the article quickly. The Charlotte Hornets, Jordan had owned the team for 13 years before selling his majority stake last year, played the Miami Heat. Jordan attended the game with his wife Yvette and their 10-year-old twin daughters. The article included a photo. Jordan sitting courtside, wearing a dark suit, Ace watching the game intently. So Jordan was in Charlotte on March 11th. His jet flew from Charlotte to Teterboro on March 12th, and something happened on that flight that got police involved. What could possibly happen on a 2-hour private jet flight? Through the break room window, Marcus watched the conversation in Sarah's office. Jordan was talking now, his hands moving as he explained something. Detective Cooper was writing in a small notebook. Sarah Chen still stood by the door, her expression unreadable. 20 minutes passed. Marcus checked his blood sugar again. 142. Still fine. He ate a small snack from his backpack, counting the carbs carefully. 15 grams. He didn't need insulin for that. Finally, the office door opened. Jordan emerged first, followed by Cooper. Jordan's face was tight with controlled emotion. Not anger, and something else. Frustration, maybe. Or worry. "I've told you everything I know," Jordan was saying. "I have nothing to hide." "I believe you, Mr. Jordan," Cooper replied. "But there are procedures we have to follow. I'm sure you understand." "What I understand is that my plane has been sitting here for 3 days over something that should have been resolved already. The investigation is ongoing. I can't discuss details." "Detective." Jordan's voice hardened. "I've cooperated with every request. I've answered every question. What else do you need from me?" Cooper hesitated. "There's one more thing. We'd like to examine the flight manifest more carefully, and we need to speak with your other passenger." "She already gave a statement." "We need a follow-up conversation." Jordan shook his head slowly. "Yeah, she's been through enough. I understand this is difficult, but if you want your plane released, we need complete cooperation from everyone involved." Marcus's ears perked up. She? There was a woman on the flight? Someone who'd been through enough? Jordan pulled out his phone and made a call. He walked a few steps away, speaking too quietly for Marcus to hear. The conversation lasted less than a minute. When he returned, his expression was resigned. "She'll be here this afternoon, 2 o'clock. "Thank you, Mr. Jordan." Cooper handed him a business card. "If you remember anything else about the flight, call me directly." After Cooper left, Jordan stood alone in the hangar, staring at his grounded jet. His assistant James approached cautiously. "Michael, the Charlotte office called again? Mark, they want to know when you'll be back." "Tell them I don't know yet." "And the meeting with the foundation board? Reschedule it." "The Nike people need an answer about James." Jordan turned to face him. "I need you to stop talking for 2 minutes. Can you do that?" James nodded and retreated. Jordan walked slowly toward his jet. He placed one hand on the fuselage, almost like he was patting a horse. Marcus watched, fascinated by the gesture. It was such a human moment. A man touching something he loved, something that represented freedom and control, something that was now stuck on the ground. Then Jordan did something unexpected. He turned and looked directly at the break room window where Marcus stood. Their eyes met. Marcus's breath caught. He should look away. He was staring. That was rude. But he couldn't move. Jordan held his gaze for a long moment. Then he did something even more surprising. He walked toward the break room. Marcus's heart hammered. Was he in trouble? Had he been caught watching when he shouldn't? Jordan opened the break room door and stepped inside. The room suddenly felt much smaller. Up close, Michael Jordan was exactly like his posters and exactly different. He looked older. He was 61 now, Marcus knew. His face had more lines, but his eyes were the same as in all those game photos. Intense, focused, sharp. "You're David's kid," Jordan said. It wasn't a question. Marcus's voice came out as a squeak. "Yes, sir. He talks about you. Says you're good with planes. Says you understand how things work." I try to pay attention." Jordan pulled out a chair and sat down, moving a little stiffly. His knees, what Marcus remembered reading. All those years of basketball had taken a toll. "What's your name?" Marcus Williams." "Well, Marcus Williams, I'm guessing you've seen and heard a lot this morning." Marcus nodded, not trusting his voice. "And I'm guessing you're curious about what's going on." Another nod. Jordan leaned back in the chair, studying Marcus carefully. "You know what I learned during my career? Sometimes the game doesn't go the way you planned. Sometimes the ref makes a bad call. Sometimes your shot doesn't fall. And when that happens, you've got two choices. Complain about it or deal with it." Marcus found his voice. "Which one do you pick?" "Depends on the situation, but usually..." Jordan's mouth turned up in a small smile. "Usually I deal with it first, then complain later." Despite everything, the tension, the police, and the mystery. Marcus laughed. Jordan stood up. "Your dad's a good man. He takes care of my plane like it's his own. You should be proud of him." "I am." "Good." Jordan moved toward the door, then paused. "Marcus, the things you saw this morning, keep them to yourself for now. Can you do that?" "Yes, sir." Jordan nodded and left the break room. Through the window, Marcus watched him rejoin his assistant. They spoke briefly, then both men climbed into the black SUV. The engine started. The vehicle rolled out of the hangar and disappeared. Marcus sat down heavily, his legs suddenly weak. He'd just met Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan had known his name. Michael Jordan had sat down and talked to him like a regular person. His phone exploded with messages from Deshaun, but Marcus couldn't focus on them. Then his mind was spinning with everything that had happened. A passenger? A woman? Someone who'd been through enough. Someone who was coming back this afternoon at 2 o'clock to talk to police again. Whatever had happened on that flight from Charlotte, it wasn't just about Michael Jordan. It was about someone he was protecting. David appeared at the break room door looking exhausted. "You okay, buddy? Did you see him? Did you see that he came in here and talked to me?" His dad smiled. "I saw. Pretty cool, huh?" "Dad, what's really going on? Mr. Jordan said there was another passenger, a woman." David's smile faded. "You need to forget about that, Marcus. This isn't our business." "But..." "No buts. Michael Jordan is dealing with something complicated. We're going to respect his privacy and do our jobs. Understood?" Marcus nodded reluctantly. "Good. Now, come on. I need to do a routine check on a Cessna citation, and you can help me inspect the landing gear." They worked together for the next 3 hours. Marcus tried to focus on the Cessna, on the hydraulics and tire pressure and brake pads. But his mind kept drifting back to Jordan's grounded Gulfstream. At 1:45 p.m., a taxi pulled up to Hangar 7. A woman stepped out. She was maybe 40 years old with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. She wore jeans and a simple blue sweater. She carried a large purse over one shoulder and looked nervous, her eyes darting around the hangar. Detective Cooper emerged from Sarah's office to meet her. They shook hands. She followed him inside. Marcus watched from across the hangar, pretending to examine a clipboard. The woman sat in the same chair Jordan had used. Her hands twisted in her lap. The interview lasted 45 minutes. When it ended, the woman looked pale and tired. Cooper walked her to the taxi. Before she got in, she turned to look at Jordan's jet one more time. Her expression was hard to read, sadness mixed with something else. Relief, maybe? Or fear? The taxi drove away. Detective Cooper made several phone calls, pacing outside the hangar. Then he too left. "Is that it?" Marcus asked his dad. "Is the investigation over?" "I don't know, son. These things take time." But something had shifted. Marcus could feel it. The mystery was deepening, not clearing up. That evening at home in their Patterson apartment, Marcus sat at the kitchen table doing homework while his mom cooked dinner. The TV was on in the living room, playing the local news. Sources say the private jet belonging to basketball legend Michael Jordan has been grounded at Teterboro Airport for 3 days, the news anchor was saying. Authorities have not released details about the nature of the investigation, but we've confirmed that New Jersey State Police are involved. Jordan's representatives have declined to comment. His mom turned from the stove. "Isn't that the airport where you were today?" "Yeah," Marcus said, trying to sound casual. "I saw his plane." "Did you see him?" Marcus hesitated. Jordan had asked him to keep quiet, but this was his mom. He told her everything. Well, almost everything. "I saw him for a minute," Marcus admitted. "He came to check on his plane." His mom smiled. "That must have been exciting." "It was." Marcus closed his textbook. "Mom, if someone needs help, really needs help, is it okay to break rules to help them?" Teresa Williams stopped stirring the pot and looked at her son carefully. "That's a complicated question. Why do you ask?" "Just wondering." She came over and sat down next to him. Breaking rules has consequences, always. But sometimes... She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Sometimes the consequences of not helping are worse than the consequences of breaking a rule. Like when we stretched my insulin that time, when the insurance wouldn't cover it until the next month." His mom's face tightened. She hadn't known he remembered that. "That was different." "But you did it anyway. You broke the dosage rules because I needed the medicine." "That wasn't breaking rules. That was..." She trailed off. "Okay, yes, we bent the rules. Because you needed your medicine and we didn't have another choice." Marcus nodded slowly. He was starting to understand what might have happened on Jordan's plane. Someone needed help. And Jordan, being Jordan, had helped them, even if it meant bending rules or breaking them. That night, Marcus couldn't sleep. He lay in bed staring at his Michael Jordan posters in the dim light from his window. The famous dunk, the championship celebration, the determined expression. His phone buzzed. Deshaun. This Jordan thing is everywhere. Twitter is going crazy with theories? Marcus typed back, "What are people saying?" "Everything. Drug smuggling, money laundering, secret passenger. Nobody knows for real." Secret passenger. That wasn't far from the truth. "I met him today," Marcus typed. "Michael Jordan. He talked to me." 3 dots appeared immediately. Then, "You're lying." "I'm serious. He came to the hangar. We talked for like 5 minutes." "What did he say?" Marcus thought about Jordan's words, about making choices, about dealing with problems instead of just complaining, about doing the right thing even when it was hard. "He said to keep it quiet for now," Marcus typed. "But Deshaun? Whatever happened, I think he was helping someone. I think he was being a hero." "He's always a hero, man." Marcus smiled in the dark. "Yeah, he is." Marcus arrived at Teterboro Airport the next morning with his father at 6:15 a.m. He hadn't slept well. His dreams had been full of grounded jets and mysterious passengers and Michael Jordan asking him questions he couldn't answer. "Yeah, you don't have to come every day this week," David said as they walked toward Hangar 7. "I know it's spring break, but you could sleep in. Hang out with Deshaun." "I want to come," Marcus said quickly. Too quickly. His father gave him a knowing look. "This isn't about seeing more planes, is it? You want to know what happens with Jordan's jet." Marcus didn't deny it. "Aren't you curious?" "Sure, I'm curious." But it's not my business to solve. I fix planes, that's my job. But what if... Marcus? David stopped walking. Listen to me. Whatever is happening with that jet involves private matters, legal matters. We need to respect that. Understood? Yes, sir. They continued into the hangar. Jordan's Gulfstream sat in the exact same spot, untouched. And the morning light coming through the high windows made the Jumpman logo gleam red against the silver tail. Sarah Chen was already at her desk, visible through her office window. She was on the phone, and even from across the hangar, Marcus could tell she was stressed. Her free hand kept running through her gray hair, messing it up. "Morning, David," Tony called from near a bombardier jet he was servicing. "Your kids back for more excitement?" "Just here to learn about aircraft maintenance," David replied diplomatically. "Right. And I'm here because I love the smell of jet fuel." Tony grinned at Marcus. "Any news on the Jordan situation?" "Tony," David warned. "What? I'm just asking. The whole airport is talking about it. You can't tell me you're not interested." Before David could respond, Sarah's office door flew open. She stepped out, her phone still pressed to her ear. "Yes, I understand. 2 o'clock. I'll make sure everything is ready." She ended the call and looked around the hangar. Her eyes landed on David. "Can I see you for a moment?" David nodded and turned to Marcus. "Break room, now! And I mean it!" Marcus trudged to the break room, but this time he positioned himself near the window where he could see the hangar floor. He wasn't trying to be sneaky. Well, okay, maybe he was a little sneaky, but he had to know what was happening. Through the glass walls of Sarah's office, he watched his father and Sarah talk. Sarah was showing David something on her tablet again. David's shoulders tensed. He shook his head several times, then nodded slowly. The conversation lasted 10 minutes. When David emerged, his expression was troubled, and he didn't come straight to the break room. Instead, he walked to Jordan's jet and stood there for a long moment, hands on his hips, staring up at it like it might tell him its secrets. Marcus's phone buzzed. Deshaun again. "Dude, check Twitter. #JordanJet is trending. People are getting crazy with theories." Marcus opened Twitter on his phone. Deshaun was right. Thousands of tweets speculated about everything from smuggling to witness protection to secret government missions. One tweet caught his attention. Source says Jordan's jet carried unauthorized passenger from Charlotte. Police investigating possible violations. Unauthorized passenger. That matched what Marcus had overheard yesterday. But what made a passenger unauthorized? And why would that ground a private jet for 3 days? The break room door opened. David entered, carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate from the machine. "Figured you could use one," he said, handing a cup to Marcus. "Thanks." Marcus wrapped his cold hands around the warm cup. "Dad, the woman who came yesterday, who was she?" David sat down heavily. "I can't tell you that, Marcus." "But you know." "I know some things. Sarah told me what she could, but it's confidential." "Is Mr. Jordan in trouble? Real trouble?" David took a long sip of his hot chocolate, thinking. He might be, or he might not be. It depends on how the investigation goes. But he was just helping someone, right? That's what it seems like. Sometimes helping people in the wrong way causes more problems than it solves. David met his son's eyes. But sometimes the only way to help is the wrong way, and you have to choose. Marcus understood that, and he understood it more than his father probably realized. He thought about all the times he'd stretched his insulin doses too far. Technically, that was wrong, dangerous even. But when the choice was between dangerous and impossible, you chose dangerous. "Can I ask you something?" Marcus said. "Not about the jet, about something else." "Sure." "How much does my diabetes cost? Like, per month?" David's expression shifted. "Why are you asking that?" "I just want to know." His father sighed. "With insurance, we'd pay around $400 a month for your supplies. Without insurance, it would be about $2,000. Marcus's stomach dropped. $400 every single month for years. That was almost $5,000 a year just to keep him alive. And is that why Mom works so many double shifts? Marcus? Is it? David set down his cup. Your mother works hard because she wants to provide for our family. Yes, medical expenses are part of that, but you are not a burden, son. Do you hear me? You didn't ask for diabetes. It's not your fault. But if I didn't have it, you'd have more money. You could save for stuff, maybe get a bigger apartment. We have everything we need, and we have you healthy. That's what matters. Marcus looked down at his hot chocolate. The surface had a thin film forming on top. That woman, the passenger on Mr. Jordan's plane. I bet she was trying to help someone who needed medicine. Someone who couldn't afford it. David was quiet for a long moment. What makes you think that? Because that's what makes sense. Mr. Jordan has money, and he helps kids through his foundation. He's always giving to hospitals and charities, so if he got in trouble for helping someone, it would be because the rules said he couldn't help that way. You've got good instincts, David said softly. Am I right? I didn't say that. But he didn't say Marcus was wrong either. A commotion outside the break room caught their attention. A white news van was pulling into the airport service area. Then another van, then a third. Oh no, David muttered. The media found out. Sarah Chen was already heading outside, her phone in one hand and what looked like security protocols in the other. Within minutes, airport security guards were setting up barriers to keep the news crews away from the hangars. Marcus and David stepped out of the break room to watch. 3 different TV stations had arrived. Yet reporters were setting up cameras, checking their hair and phone screens, practicing their opening lines. This is going to be a circus, Tony said, appearing beside them. You know Jordan's going to have to make a statement now. Can't hide from this many cameras. He doesn't owe them anything, David said. Maybe not. But if he doesn't talk, they'll just make up their own story. Marcus watched the reporters through the hangar entrance. One of them, a young woman with dark hair and a bright red jacket, was already speaking into a camera. Behind her, Marcus could see Jordan's jet in the background, perfectly framed. His phone buzzed. This time it wasn't Deshawn, it was his mom. Are you at the airport? I just saw the news. They're saying Michael Jordan is under investigation. Marcus stepped away from the others to respond. I'm here. And it's fine. We're in the hangar. The news people are outside. Be careful, baby. And don't talk to any reporters. I won't. I'm serious, Marcus. These people will use anything you say. Promise me. I promise, Mom. He ended the call and turned back to the scene. More vehicles were arriving now. Not just news vans, but SUVs and sedans. People in business suits climbed out, talking urgently on phones. Lawyers, Tony said knowingly. Jordan's bringing in the whole team. At 1:45 p.m., the black SUV returned. Marcus recognized it immediately. James, the assistant, was driving, but this time, Jordan wasn't alone. The woman from yesterday, the nervous passenger with the dark ponytail, sat in the back seat. She looked even more frightened than before, her face pale, her eyes wide as she saw the news cameras. A second SUV pulled in right behind them. 2 men in expensive suits emerged, definitely lawyers. The vehicles parked as close to the hangar entrance as possible, creating a barrier between the passengers and the cameras. But it wasn't enough. The reporters surged forward, shouting questions. Mr. Jordan, can you comment on the investigation? Who was your passenger from Charlotte? Are you facing criminal charges? Security guards held the reporters back, but their voices carried clearly into the hangar. Marcus saw the woman in Jordan's SUV shrink down in her seat, trying to hide. Jordan stepped out of the front passenger side. He didn't look at the cameras, didn't acknowledge the shouted questions. He simply opened the back door and extended his hand to the woman, helping her out like a gentleman helping someone from a carriage. And one of the lawyers immediately moved to shield her from the cameras. They formed a protective cluster, Jordan, the woman, the 2 lawyers, and James, and walked quickly into the hangar. The reporters couldn't follow. Sarah Chen and 2 security guards blocked the entrance. Inside the hangar, the group stopped. The woman was shaking. Jordan kept one hand on her shoulder, steadying her. "Dr. Rodriguez," he said quietly, "it's okay. You're safe here." Dr. Rodriguez? So she was a doctor. That fit Marcus's theory perfectly. Detective Cooper emerged from Sarah's office. He'd been waiting. "Thank you for coming, Dr. Rodriguez. I know this is difficult." "I don't want to do this," she said, her voice trembling. "I already told you everything yesterday." "I understand, but there are some additional details we need to clarify." Cooper glanced at Jordan. "Mr. Jordan, I'll need to speak with Dr. Rodriguez privately." "Not happening," one of the lawyers said immediately. He was tall, maybe 50 years old, with silver hair and an expensive watch. "My client has a right to be present during any questioning of Dr. Rodriguez." "Your client isn't under arrest, Mr. Patterson, and neither is Dr. Rodriguez. This is a voluntary interview." "Voluntary interviews can become involuntary very quickly, Detective. Mr. Jordan stays." Cooper looked frustrated but nodded. "Fine, all of you can be present, but I need honest answers, not rehearsed statements." They filed into Sarah's office. Through the glass walls, Marcus watched them arrange themselves. Cooper behind the desk, Dr. Rodriguez in the chair across from him, Jordan standing beside her, the lawyers flanking them like bodyguards. David put a hand on Marcus's shoulder. "Come on, we've got work to do. This isn't a show." "But Dad, Marcus, now." Reluctantly, Marcus followed his father to the other side of the hangar where they were scheduled to perform a routine inspection on a Cessna. But Marcus's mind wasn't on the work. He kept glancing back at Sarah's office, trying to read lips, trying to understand what was being said. The interview lasted an hour and 20 minutes. When it ended, Dr. Rodriguez was crying. Not loud sobs, but quiet tears that streaked down her face. Jordan handed her a tissue. The lawyers were talking urgently to Cooper, their gestures sharp and agitated. Finally, the group emerged. Dr. Rodriguez looked exhausted. Jordan looked angry. Not explosive anger, but the cold, not controlled kind. The kind that meant he was done being patient. Detective Cooper followed them out. "Mr. Jordan, I need you to understand the situation. If charges are filed in North Carolina, the implications could be serious." "Nothing about this situation is simple, Detective," Jordan said flatly. "A child was dying. Dr. Rodriguez saved his life. If you want to call that a crime, go ahead." "I'm not saying it's a crime. I'm saying there are legal procedures that let a 9-year-old boy suffocate while paperwork gets processed?" Marcus's breath caught. A 9-year-old boy. Suffocating. Not diabetes. Something with breathing. Cooper held up his hands. "I'm not the enemy here, Mr. Jordan. I'm trying to determine exactly what happened so we can close this investigation." "What happened is simple, Doctor. Rodriguez gave a child medication that his insurance company refused to cover. The medication saved his life. Then the hospital fired her and threatened to press charges. She called my foundation for help. I sent my plane to bring her to New Jersey where she'd be safe while we figured out the legal situation. That's it. That's the whole story." The words hung in the air. Marcus felt his heart pounding. That was it. That was the secret. Dr. Rodriguez had given medicine to a sick child, medicine the family couldn't afford, and she'd gotten in trouble for it. Jordan had helped her escape. It was exactly what Marcus had guessed, exactly what made sense. But now he knew the details. Now it was real. Detective Cooper sighed. The hospital in Charlotte has decided not to press charges against Dr. Rodriguez. But there are still questions about whether Mr. Jordan knowingly transported someone fleeing potential criminal prosecution across state lines. She wasn't fleeing prosecution. She was fleeing persecution, Jordan shot back. That's a distinction that may not hold up legally. One of the lawyers, the silver-haired one, stepped forward. Detective Cooper, unless you're prepared to file formal charges against Mr. Jordan, I believe this interview is concluded. My client has cooperated fully. Dr. Rodriguez has cooperated fully. Neither of them has anything more to say without additional evidence of wrongdoing. Cooper looked like he wanted to argue. Instead, he pulled out a business card and handed it to Dr. Rodriguez. If you remember anything else about the circumstances of that flight, please contact me. Doctor. Rodriguez took the card with shaking hands but didn't speak. The group moved toward the exit. Jordan stopped by his jet, placing one hand on the fuselage again. That same gesture Marcus had seen yesterday. Part affection, part frustration. When can I fly my plane again? Jordan asked Cooper. The FAA clearance should come through within 24 hours, assuming no new information emerges. And if it doesn't? Then we'll continue the investigation. Jordan's jaw tightened, but he nodded. He turned to Dr. Rodriguez. Let's get you somewhere quiet, away from the cameras. They climbed into the SUV. The lawyers got into the second vehicle. Both SUVs drove away, navigating carefully past the news van still parked outside. The reporters tried to chase them, but airport security blocked the access road until the vehicles were gone. Marcus and David stood in the hangar doorway watching. That woman saved a kid's life, Marcus said softly. And she got fired for it. Yeah, David replied. Sometimes that's how it works. That's not fair. No, it's not. Marcus thought about the 9-year-old boy in Charlotte. He didn't know his name or what disease he had, something that made it hard to breathe. Asthma, maybe, or cystic fibrosis, something that required expensive medication. He thought about his own struggles with insulin costs, how his parents stretched every dollar, how his mom worked double shifts, how they made hard choices every month. That boy's family probably faced the same struggles. Probably worse. And Dr. Rodriguez had seen a child suffering when she had the power to help. So she helped. Even knowing it might cost her job, her career, maybe even her freedom. That was bravery. Real bravery. And Jordan had helped her when she needed it. Had literally flown her out of Charlotte to safety. Had hired lawyers to protect her. Had stood beside her while police asked difficult questions. That was what heroes did. Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Deshawn. I know what happened. Jordan helped a doctor who saved a kid's life. She got in trouble for helping, so Jordan got her out of Charlotte. That's why the plane was grounded. Deshawn's response came immediately. Are you serious? That's incredible. Is she okay? I think so. Jordan's protecting her. Man, Jordan really is the GOAT. Not just basketball, like in life. Marcus smiled. Yeah, he really is. That evening, the news broke nationally. Not because Jordan made a statement, he didn't, but because someone leaked the story. By 6 p.m., every major news network was reporting on the mysterious Dr. Michael Jordan secretly transported from North Carolina. By 7 p.m., they had her name, Dr. Elena Rodriguez. By 8 p.m., they had more. Dr. Rodriguez had worked at Levine Children's Hospital in Charlotte. She'd been terminated for providing unauthorized medication to a patient. The patient was a 9-year-old boy with cystic fibrosis named Christopher Lane. Marcus and his parents watched the coverage together in their small living room. The news showed photos of Dr. Rodriguez, of Levine Children's Hospital, of Jordan's Gulfstream at Teterboro. Then they showed something that made Marcus's throat tight. A video of a woman standing outside a small apartment building in Charlotte, holding a phone, recording herself. My name is Angela Lane, the woman said. Her voice was strong but strained. 3 days ago, my son Christopher was dying. He has cystic fibrosis. He needs medication called Trikafta to breathe properly. Our insurance denied coverage twice. We appealed. We begged. We did everything right, and they still said no. The camera shook slightly. The woman's eyes were red. Dr. Elena Rodriguez saved my son's life. She gave him the medication he needed when everyone else said there was nothing they could do. She risked everything to help my baby breathe. And now they're trying to destroy her for it. Marcus felt tears in his own eyes. If you're watching this, Angela Lane continued, if you've ever loved a child, if you've ever watched someone suffer because they couldn't afford medicine, please help Dr. Rodriguez share this video. Tell her story. Don't let them punish someone for having compassion. The video ended. The news anchor reappeared. That video has been viewed over 47,000 times and shared more than 12,000 times since it was posted this afternoon. Public reaction has been overwhelmingly supportive of Dr. Rodriguez and critical of the hospital's response. Marcus's mother wiped her eyes. That poor woman. That poor doctor. His father nodded. This is bigger than one grounded jet now. This is about something real. Marcus sat between his parents, his mind spinning. Christopher Lane, 9 years old, cystic fibrosis, a boy just trying to breathe. And Dr. Rodriguez, who saw a child suffering and chose to help even when the rules said she shouldn't. And Michael Jordan, you who saw a doctor in trouble and chose to protect her, even when it meant risking his own reputation. Heroes, all of them. That night, Marcus couldn't sleep again. He lay in bed staring at his Jordan posters, seeing them differently now. He'd always known Jordan was great at basketball. 6 championships, 5 MVP awards, the greatest of all time. But this, flying a doctor to safety, standing beside her against the whole system, refusing to back down, this was a different kind of greatness. This was the kind that actually mattered. Marcus picked up his phone and opened the video of Angela Lane. He watched it 3 more times. Each time, her words hit him harder. Don't let them punish someone for having compassion. That was the real question, wasn't it? In a world where helping people could get you fired, arrested, or worse, would people still choose compassion? Marcus hoped so. He thought about Dr. Rodriguez's face as she'd climbed into Jordan's SUV, frightened but determined. He thought about Jordan's hand on her shoulder, steadying her. He thought about Angela Lane's voice breaking as she defended the woman who'd saved her son. Tomorrow, Marcus decided he was going to do something. He didn't know what yet, but he had to do something. Because if a doctor could risk her career for a child she barely knew, and if Michael Jordan could risk his reputation to help that doctor, then Marcus Williams could find a way to help too. Heroes weren't just people with money or fame. Heroes were anyone who saw someone suffering and chose to act. Marcus could be that. He would be that. He finally fell asleep around midnight, his phone clutched in his hand, Angela Lane's video still glowing on the screen. Marcus woke up to his phone buzzing insistently. Sunlight streamed through his bedroom window. He'd slept through his alarm. Marcus, his mother called from the kitchen. You're going to be late if your dad's taking you to the airport. He grabbed his phone. 6:47 a.m. 15 messages from Deshaun, all sent after midnight. Dude, the video has 2 million views now. It's everywhere. CNN, Fox, MSNBC, everyone's covering it. People are angry at the hospital. Hashtag Save Dr. Rodriguez is trending. Marcus jumped out of bed and threw on clothes. In the kitchen, his parents were watching the morning news while eating breakfast. Unprecedented public response, the anchor was saying. The video posted by Angela Lane has now been viewed more than 2.3 million times. Protests are being organized outside Levine Children's Hospital in Charlotte, with demonstrators demanding the hospital rehire Dr. Rodriguez and change their policies regarding emergency medication access. The screen showed footage from Charlotte. Dozens of people stood outside the hospital holding signs. Compassion is not a crime, and Dr. Rodriguez is a hero, and our kids need doctors who care. This is incredible, Teresa Williams said. People are really standing up for her. David poured coffee into his travel mug. It's about time someone stood up to these insurance companies and hospital administrators. They forget what medicine is supposed to be about. Marcus grabbed a granola bar in his backpack. Can we go? I want to see if anything's happening at the airport. 20 minutes later, they pulled into Teterboro, Now Marcus immediately noticed something different. More security guards, more barriers, and a small group of protesters near the public entrance holding signs supporting Dr. Rodriguez. "This is getting out of hand," David muttered as they parked. Inside Hangar 7, the atmosphere was tense. Sarah Chen was on the phone again, her voice sharp. Tony and two other mechanics huddled near a workbench, watching something on a tablet. "Morning," Tony called when he saw Marcus and David. "You see the news? This thing is blowing up." "We saw," David replied. "Any word from Jordan?" "Nothing yet, but his lawyers have been calling Sarah all morning. I think they're trying to figure out next moves." Marcus walked toward Jordan's jet. It sat exactly where it had been for 4 days now, silent and grounded. But something felt different about it today. No, it wasn't just a private plane anymore. It had become a symbol. His phone buzzed. Deshaun again. "Check Twitter. Someone found out more about the kid in Charlotte. Christopher Lane. He's 9. He was literally dying and insurance said no 3 times." Marcus opened Twitter. Hashtag Save Dr. Rodriguez was indeed trending. But now there was another hashtag. Hashtag Christopher Lane. People had found photos of Christopher, a smiling boy with light brown hair and a gap-toothed grin. In one photo, he wore a Charlotte Hornets jersey, number 23. Jordan's number. The caption read, "This is Christopher Lane, age 9, has cystic fibrosis, was denied life-saving medication because insurance companies value profits over children's lives. Dr. Rodriguez gave him hope. Let's give her justice." Marcus stared at the photo. Christopher looked like any normal kid. Happy, full of energy. You'd never know he was fighting for every breath. Just like people couldn't always tell Marcus had diabetes. Invisible illnesses. Invisible struggles. "Marcus!" His father's voice pulled him back. "Come help me with the pre-flight inspection on the Learjet." Marcus pocketed his phone and joined his dad. They worked together checking systems and recording readings. But Marcus's mind was 3 days in the past, imagining the flight from Charlotte to Teterboro. March 12th. Late at night. Jordan's jet carrying its secret passenger. What had that flight been like? Had Dr. Rodriguez been scared? Had Jordan tried to comfort her? Had they talked about Christopher, about medicine, about the impossible choices doctors sometimes had to make? Marcus wished he could have been there. Wished he could have heard their conversation. Yeah, but maybe, in a way, he could imagine it. Because he understood what it meant to need medicine you couldn't afford. He understood what it meant to watch your parents struggle with impossible bills. He understood what it meant to feel like your very existence was a burden. "Hand me the torque wrench," David said, and Marcus complied automatically. They finished the inspection by 9 a.m. As they were cleaning up tools, Sarah's office door opened. She stepped out, her expression grave. "David, can I see you?" Marcus watched his father walk to the office. Through the glass walls, he saw Sarah show David her tablet again. This time, David's reaction was different. His eyebrows rose. A small smile tugged at his mouth. When David returned, he was shaking his head in what looked like amazement. "What?" Marcus asked. What happened?" "The hospital in Charlotte just released a statement. They're dropping all investigations into Dr. Rodriguez. They're also establishing a new emergency medication fund for families who can't afford treatment." "That's good, right?" "It's very good, but that's not all." David's smile grew. "Michael Jordan just announced he's donating $5 million to establish a national fund for children who fall through insurance gaps. Dr. Rodriguez is going to help run it." Marcus's heart soared. $5 million? $5 million. To start. He's calling it the Christopher Lane Foundation. All around the hangar, people were checking their phones, reading the news, talking excitedly. Tony whooped and pumped his fist. Even Sarah was smiling. Marcus pulled out his phone. The announcement was everywhere. Jordan's official statement was being shared thousands of times per minute. For too long, we've accepted a system where children suffer because of paperwork and profit margins. Dr. Elena Rodriguez reminded us that medicine is about people, not procedures. Christopher Lane reminded us why we fight. I'm proud to establish the Christopher Lane Foundation to ensure no family has to choose between bankruptcy and their child's life. This is just the beginning. The statement included a photo. Jordan standing next to Dr. Rodriguez, both of them smiling. Dr. Rodriguez looked different from the frightened woman Marcus had seen yesterday. She looked hopeful. "Does this mean the investigation is over?" Marcus asked his dad. "I don't know about the investigation, but it means Jordan made his choice. He's not hiding anymore. Maybe he's taking a stand." At 10:30 a.m., the black SUV returned to Teterboro. This time, when Jordan stepped out, he didn't avoid the news cameras. He walked straight toward them. The reporters surged forward, shouting questions. Jordan held up one hand, and somehow they quieted. "I'll give you 5 minutes," Jordan said. "Then I need to check on my plane." Marcus and David stood just inside the hangar entrance, watching. "Mr. Jordan," a reporter called, "can you comment on your decision to establish the Christopher Lane Foundation?" "I can. 3 days ago, I learned about a 9-year-old boy who couldn't breathe because insurance companies valued their bottom line more than his life. I learned about a doctor who risked everything to save him, and I realized that if people like Dr. Rodriguez are getting punished for having compassion, then the system is broken. So I'm going to help fix it." "Are you concerned about potential legal consequences for transporting Dr. Rodriguez?" Jordan's expression hardened. "If helping a doctor who saved a child's life is illegal, then the law needs to change, and I'm prepared to fight that fight." "What message do you want to send to families struggling with medical costs?" Jordan paused, and for a moment Marcus saw something vulnerable in his face. "I want them to know they're not alone. I want them to know that their children's lives matter more than any insurance policy or hospital regulation. And I want them to know that we're going to fight for them." A female reporter in a red jacket raised her hand. "Mr. Jordan, some critics say you're just doing this for publicity. How do you respond?" Jordan's jaw tightened. "Mighty, I have 6 championship rings. I have a Hall of Fame plaque. I don't need publicity. What I need is to live in a world where 9-year-old kids don't suffocate while adults argue about coverage policies. If that's publicity seeking, then fine. I'm guilty." The reporters fired more questions, but Jordan was done. He turned and walked into the hangar. He stopped when he saw Marcus and David. "David," he nodded. "Marcus?" "Mr. Jordan," David said. That was a powerful statement. It needed to be said. Jordan looked at his jet. "Is she ready to fly?" "Mechanically, she's been ready for days, just waiting on clearance." "Good, because I need to fly to Charlotte this afternoon. Going to meet Christopher Lane and his mother in person." Marcus's breath caught. "You're going to meet Christopher?" Jordan looked at him. "Yeah, you following this story pretty closely, aren't you?" "Yes, sir. I understand what he's going through. Kind of." "How so?" Marcus hesitated. He'd never told anyone outside his family and close friends about his struggles, but something about Jordan's direct gaze made him feel safe. "I have type 1 diabetes," Marcus said quietly. "My family can't always afford all my supplies. Sometimes we have to stretch doses or skip tests. I know what it's like when medicine costs more than you have." Jordan's expression softened. "How old are you?" 12, almost 13. "Same age as my daughters." Jordan was quiet for a moment. "What's your mother's name? What pharmacy do you use?" Marcus blinked, confused. My mom is Teresa Williams. We use the CVS on Market Street in Patterson." Jordan pulled out his phone and made a call right there. Karen, I need you to set up a medical account. Full coverage for diabetes supplies." "Yes, everything. CGM, insulin, test strips, all of it. The name is Marcus Williams. Mother is Teresa Williams. CVS on Market Street, Patterson, New Jersey. No limit. Whatever he needs. Send the bills to me personally." Marcus couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Couldn't process what was happening. Jordan ended the call and looked at Marcus. You shouldn't have to ration your insulin. No kid should. Consider it taken care of. Tears sprang to Marcus's eyes before he could stop them. He tried to wipe them away, embarrassed. Hey, Jordan said, kneeling down to Marcus's level. The same gesture Marcus had seen in countless photos of Jordan with young fans. None of that. You've been dealing with this for how long? 4 years, Marcus managed. 4 years of being tougher than 90% of the people I played against in the NBA. Diabetes doesn't get to beat you. Got it? Marcus nodded, unable to speak. Jordan stood and turned to David. Your son's got good instincts. He understood this whole situation before most adults did. He's a smart kid, David said, his own voice thick with emotion. Smart and brave. That's a good combination. Jordan checked his watch. I need to make some calls. David, let me know the second we get FAA clearance. I want wheels up by 2 p.m. He walked toward Sarah's office, his phone already at his ear. Marcus stood frozen, his mind reeling. Michael Jordan had just paid for his diabetes supplies, everything. No limits, no more rationing, no more stretching doses, no more watching his parents stress about bills. Marcus? His father's voice was gentle. You okay? Did that really happen? David pulled his son into a hug. Yeah, buddy, that really happened. Marcus buried his face in his father's shoulder and let himself cry. Not sad tears, not scared tears, relief tears, grateful tears, overwhelmed tears. For 4 years, he'd carried the weight of his disease and the knowledge of what it cost his family. And in 30 seconds, Michael Jordan had lifted that weight away. When Marcus finally pulled back, his father was crying too. I need to call your mother, David said, pulling out his phone. She needs to know. While his father stepped away to make the call, Marcus sat on a nearby workbench, trying to calm his racing heart. His phone buzzed. Deshaun. Dude, Jordan just announced the foundation. This is the coolest thing ever. He's literally changing the world. Marcus typed back with shaking hands. He just paid for all my diabetes supplies, everything, forever. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then, what? I'm serious. He asked about my diabetes and then called someone and set up an account. Just like that. Marcus, I'm actually crying right now, like real tears. Me too. Marcus looked across the hangar at Jordan's jet. 4 days ago, it was just a really cool plane. Now it represented something much bigger. It represented a choice, a stand, a refusal to accept that some lives matter less than others. Sarah emerged from her office, waving a paper. David, FAA clearance just came through. The jet is officially released. David ended his call and jogged over. You're sure? Positive. I just got off the phone with the regional director. All restrictions are lifted. Mr. Jordan can fly whenever he's ready. Tony let out a cheer. Other mechanics applauded. Even the tension that had filled the hangar for 4 days seemed to lift. Jordan appeared from Sarah's office. We're clear? You're clear, Sarah confirmed. Jordan's entire posture changed. The stress melted away. He walked to his jet and placed both hands on the fuselage, almost like he was greeting an old friend. Missed you, girl. James, the assistant, appeared with a rolling suitcase. Flight plan to Charlotte is filed. We can be wheels up in 45 minutes. Make it 30, Jordan said. I want to be there before dark. The hangar transformed into controlled chaos. The flight crew arrived. Captain Henderson and First Officer Liu, both professionals Marcus recognized from previous visits. They began their pre-flight checks. James loaded luggage into the jet's cargo hold. Jordan reviewed documents on his tablet, making calls between pages. Marcus watched it all, fascinated. This was how legends operated, with purpose, with precision, with absolute confidence in their mission. At 1:55 p.m., Jordan boarded his jet. He paused at the top of the stairs and turned back to wave at the small crowd that had gathered. Airport staff, mechanics, even some of the security guards who'd been managing the media circus. Then he looked directly at Marcus. Their eyes met across the hangar floor. Jordan raised his hand in a salute. Not a casual wave, but a real salute. One competitor acknowledging another. Marcus saluted back, his heart full. The jet door closed. The engines started with their distinctive whine. His ground crew guided the aircraft out of the hangar onto the taxiway. Marcus and his father stood in the hangar doorway, watching. Other workers joined them. Even Tony stopped his usual joking to watch in respectful silence. The Gulfstream rolled to the runway. Through the windows, Marcus could see Jordan sitting in one of the luxurious seats, still on his phone, still working even during taxi. The jet paused at the runway threshold. The engines increased to full power. And then, after 4 days on the ground, Jordan's plane lifted into the New Jersey sky. Marcus watched until it was just a silver speck against the clouds. "That," Tony said quietly, "is what a hero looks like." Nobody disagreed. That evening, Marcus sat at the kitchen table with his parents. The news played in the background, but they weren't really watching. Teresa Williams kept crying. She'd been crying on and off since David called her with the news about Jordan's gift. "I can't believe it," she kept saying. "I just can't believe someone would do that for us." "Believe it," David said, holding her hand. "It happened." Marcus pulled up Jordan's social media on his phone. The post about the Christopher Lane Foundation had been shared over 1 million times. Donations were pouring in from regular people, teachers, nurses, construction workers, grandmothers on fixed incomes, $10, $20, $50. But celebrities were contributing too. Athletes, musicians, actors. Within 12 hours, the foundation had raised an additional $2.3 million. "Look at this," Marcus said, showing his parents. "People are really helping." Teresa read through the comments. Yeah, hundreds of them. Thousands. "My daughter has leukemia. Thank you for fighting for kids like her." "Insurance denied my son's asthma medication. We had to choose between rent and his inhaler. This foundation is a blessing." "Dr. Rodriguez is a hero. Jordan is a hero. Thank you for reminding us what compassion looks like." The stories went on and on. Family after family sharing their struggles. Parent after parent expressing gratitude that someone finally understood. Marcus's phone buzzed. An unknown number. "Hello?" "Marcus, this is James Morton, Mr. Jordan's assistant. Mr. Jordan wanted me to call and give you an update. He's in Charlotte now, meeting with Christopher Lane and his mother. Christopher is doing well. His breathing has improved significantly since receiving the Trikafta medication." "Mr. Young Jordan wanted you to know." Marcus's voice came out as a whisper. "Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Mr. Jordan also wanted me to tell you that he was impressed by your understanding of the situation. He said you have good instincts and a kind heart. He asked if you'd be willing to help review applications for the foundation, reading letters from families, helping identify cases where the need is greatest." "Me, but I'm just 12. Mr. Jordan believes that sometimes the youngest people in the room are the wisest. He thinks your perspective as someone who's lived with medical struggles would be valuable. Would you be interested?" Marcus looked at his parents. They were both staring at him, eyes wide. "Can I think about it?" "Of course, take all the time you need. And here's my direct number, if you want to discuss it further." After the call ended, Marcus sat in stunned silence. "What did he say?" Teresa asked. Marcus explained the offer. By the end, his mother was crying again. "Baby, this is incredible. You could really help people." "But I don't know anything about running a foundation." "You know what it's like to need help," David said. "That's what matters. You know which stories are real because you've lived one." Marcus thought about it. Thought about Christopher Lane and his mother. Thought about Dr. Rodriguez risking everything. thought about all the families sharing their struggles online. "Okay," he said. "I'll do it." His parents hugged him. They sat together at their small kitchen table in their small apartment, feeling anything but small. Later that night, Marcus's phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. "Marcus, this is Michael Jordan. James tells me you agreed to help with the foundation. Thank you. I think you're going to do great things. Keep being brave. MJ." Marcus read the message 17 times before he finally believed it was real. Michael Jordan had his phone number. Michael Jordan thought he could do great things. Marcus Williams, 12-year-old kid from Patterson with diabetes and big dreams, was going to help change the world. He fell asleep that night not thinking about grounded jets or investigations or media circuses. He thought about Christopher Lane breathing easier in Charlotte. He thought about Dr. Rodriguez finally able to practice medicine again. He thought about all the families who wouldn't have to choose between medicine and rent anymore. And he thought about Jordan's words. Sometimes the youngest people in the room are the wisest. Maybe that was true. Maybe kids understood things adults forgot. That life mattered more than rules. That compassion mattered more than procedures. That helping people was always the right choice, even when the system said it wasn't. Marcus smiled in the darkness. Tomorrow, he'd start learning about the foundation. Tomorrow, he'd start reading applications. Tomorrow, he'd start helping. But tonight, he was just a kid who'd met his hero and discovered that heroes were even better than he'd imagined. Marcus woke up to his phone ringing. Not buzzing, actually ringing, which meant someone was calling instead of texting. He grabbed it groggily, squinting at the screen. 6:03 a.m. James Morton. "Hello?" Marcus's voice was scratchy with sleep. "Marcus? Yeah, good morning. I'm sorry to call so early. Mr. Jordan wanted me to reach out. We're setting up the foundation office at Teterboro Airport. Just a small space where Dr. Rodriguez and the team can review applications. Mr. Jordan was wondering if you could come by this Saturday to get oriented. Would 9 a.m. work?" Marcus sat up in bed, suddenly wide awake. Yes, sir. 9 a.m. Saturday, I'll be there." "Perfect. We'll see you then." James paused. "Marcus? What you're doing, helping families like yours, it matters. Don't forget that." After the call ended, Marcus lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Saturday was 3 days away. 3 days to prepare himself for actually working on something this important. He got up and opened his laptop, searching for information about cystic fibrosis, the disease Christopher Lane had. He wanted to understand it better. The medical websites described how cystic fibrosis caused thick, sticky mucus to build up in the lungs and digestive system, how it made breathing difficult, how it led to constant infections, how patients needed extensive daily treatments just to survive. The life expectancy information made Marcus's stomach hurt. Many people with cystic fibrosis didn't live past their 30s. Some didn't make it to 20. Christopher Lane was 9 years old. Without that medication, Trikafta, he might not have seen his 10th birthday. Marcus clicked on another article about Trikafta. The medication was revolutionary. It treated the underlying cause of cystic fibrosis, not just the symptoms. Patients who took it saw dramatic improvements in lung function. It was, according to one doctor quoted in the article, the closest thing we have to a cure. The cost? $311,000 per year. Marcus read that number 3 times to make sure he wasn't seeing it wrong. $311,000 for 1 year, for one person. Christopher's family couldn't possibly afford that. Most families couldn't. Even with insurance, the co-pays alone could be tens of thousands of dollars, so Christopher had been denied. 3 times, according to the news reports. His mother had appealed, had begged, had done everything the system told her to do. And Dr. Rodriguez had looked at that 9-year-old boy struggling to breathe and decided the system was wrong. Marcus understood that choice now more than ever. Sometimes the rules didn't make sense. Sometimes following the rules meant letting people suffer. And sometimes breaking the rules was the only moral choice left. At breakfast, his mother noticed him staring at his phone. "You've been reading about that disease," she said. It wasn't a question. "Cystic fibrosis. It's bad, Mom. Really bad." Teresa sat down across from him. "I know, baby. I've seen patients with CF at the hospital. They fight every single day just to breathe. The medicine that helps, Trikafta, costs over $300,000 a year." His mother's face tightened. "That's criminal. Nobody should have to pay that much to live." "Dr. Rodriguez gave it to Christopher anyway, even though she knew she'd get in trouble." "That's what doctors used to do," Teresa said quietly. "Before everything became about money and liability and insurance codes, they just helped people. That's what the Hippocratic Oath is supposed to mean. First, do no harm." But she did get in trouble. She lost her job. And now she has a chance to help hundreds of kids instead of just the ones who come through her hospital. Maybe that's how good comes from bad sometimes. Marcus thought about that while he finished his cereal. His phone buzzed. Deshaun. "You coming to shoot hoops today? I got news about the foundation." Marcus checked with his mom, then texted back. "Meet you at the courts in an hour." The basketball courts at Eastside Park were Marcus's second home. He and Deshaun had spent countless hours there, practicing shots, arguing about players, dreaming about making their middle school team. Deshaun was already there when Marcus arrived, dribbling a worn basketball with his usual intensity. Deshaun was taller than Marcus, skinnier with long arms that gave him a surprising reach advantage. "Yo!" Deshaun called. "Check this out." He showed Marcus his phone. The Christopher Lane Foundation website was already live, professionally designed, easy to navigate, with a simple application form for families needing help. "They built this in like 2 days," Deshaun said admiringly. "Jordan's team doesn't mess around." Marcus scrolled through the site. There was information about Dr. Rodriguez, about Christopher's story, about how the foundation would work. And at the bottom, special thanks to our youth advisory board member, Marcus Williams, who brings personal experience and insight to our mission. "Dude," Marcus breathed, "my name is on Michael Jordan's foundation website." "You're famous. Well, kind of, like foundation famous. Yeah, which is cooler than regular famous." They shot hoops for a while, talking between baskets about the foundation, about school starting back up next week, about the upcoming basketball tryouts. Marcus's phone buzzed again. This time it was an email from an address he didn't recognize. elena.rodriguez@christopherlane.org. He opened it. "Dear Marcus, James told me you've agreed to help review applications. I can't thank you enough. As someone who's navigated medical challenges yourself, you'll bring an important perspective to our work. I look forward to meeting you on Saturday. Until then, I wanted to share something with you." Attached was a video file. Marcus sat on the bench at the edge of the court and clicked play. Deshaun sat beside him. The video showed a small living room. Christopher Lane sat on a couch wearing his Hornets jersey, and he looked healthier than in the news photos. His color was better, his breathing seemed easier. "Hi," Christopher said to the camera, a little shyly. "My name is Christopher Lane. I'm 9 years old. I have cystic fibrosis, which means my lungs don't work right. For a long time, I was really sick. I couldn't run or play. I had to do breathing treatments all the time. My mom said I was drowning, even though I wasn't in water." Christopher paused like he was remembering. "Then Dr. Rodriguez gave me new medicine called Trikafta, and everything changed. I could breathe. Like, really breathe. Not just little breaths. Big ones." He demonstrated by taking a deep breath and grinning. "My mom says that Dr. Rodriguez is a hero, and that Mr. Jordan is a hero for helping her, and that there's going to be a foundation to help other kids like me. I wanted to say thank you to Dr. Rodriguez, to Mr. Jordan, and to everyone who's going to help, because breathing is really nice. Everyone should get to do it." The video ended. Marcus and Deshaun sat in silence. "Man," Deshaun finally said, his voice rough. "That kid is 9 years old, and he's talking about drowning on dry land." Marcus wiped his eyes. He's the reason for all of this. Him and his mom and Dr. Rodriguez. And Jordan. Don't forget Jordan. Jordan saw a problem and fixed it. That's what he does. Deshaun bounced the basketball absently. You think you'll get to meet Christopher, like, in person? I don't know, maybe. Dr. Rodriguez said we'd be reviewing applications. Maybe his family's story will be part of the training. They played basketball until noon, but Marcus's heart wasn't fully in it, and his mind kept drifting back to Christopher's video, to that little boy explaining what it felt like to finally breathe properly, to the simple gratitude in his voice. That evening, Marcus sat at the kitchen table with his laptop, researching more about medication access issues. He learned about something called prior authorization, the process where insurance companies required doctors to get approval before prescribing expensive medications. The approval process could take weeks, sometimes months, and insurance companies denied authorization about 30% of the time, even when doctors insisted the medication was necessary. Marcus read story after story. A teenager with epilepsy denied seizure medication until she had 3 seizures in 1 week. A man with cancer denied chemotherapy until his tumor grew. And a child with severe allergies denied an EpiPen until she had a life-threatening reaction at school. The stories made him angry. Really angry. These weren't abstract problems. These were real people suffering because someone in an office somewhere decided their lives weren't worth the cost. His phone rang, an unknown number again. He answered cautiously. Marcus Williams? A woman's voice, warm but professional. Yes? This is Dr. Elena Rodriguez. I hope I'm not calling too late. Marcus nearly dropped his phone. No, not at all. I got your email. And the video. Christopher seems amazing. Dr. Rodriguez laughed softly. He is amazing. He's teaching me things about courage I never learned in medical school. She paused. Marcus, I wanted to call before Saturday. I wanted to tell you what we're really building here. Okay. This foundation isn't just about giving money to families. That's important, but it's not enough. We're documenting every case, every denial, every appeal. Every time insurance companies choose profits over patients, we're building evidence to change the system itself. Marcus sat up straighter. Like changing laws? Exactly like changing laws. Mr. Jordan is using his platform to bring attention to these issues, but we need stories. Real stories from real families. Stories like yours, like Christopher's. Stories that make it impossible for lawmakers to look away. And you want me to help find those stories? I want you to help tell those stories. You understand this in a way most adults don't. You've lived it. You know which details matter, which emotions are real. You can help us separate the families who genuinely need help from the few who might try to take advantage. Marcus felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. What if I mess up? What if I recommend someone who doesn't really need help? Then we'll learn from it and do better next time. Marcus, perfection isn't the goal. Progress is the goal. Helping one family at a time until we've helped enough families that the system has to change. After they said goodbye, Marcus sat thinking about Dr. Rodriguez's words. This wasn't just charity. This was a mission. A movement. He pulled out his notebook, the same one where he sketched planes, and started writing down his thoughts. Questions he should ask families. Red flags to watch for. Ways to verify that someone really needed help versus just wanted free money. By the time he went to bed, he'd filled 7 pages. Saturday morning arrived cold and bright. Marcus woke up before his alarm, too excited and nervous to sleep. He dressed carefully, not too fancy, but not sloppy either. Jeans and his favorite button-up shirt, the one his mom said made him look mature. At 8:45 a.m., he and his father pulled into Teterboro Airport. The media vans were gone now. The protesters had left. Everything looked normal again, just another Saturday at a private airport. But when they walked into Hangar 7, Marcus saw something new. A glass-walled office had been set up in the corner. the kind of temporary office space that could be assembled quickly. Inside, he could see desks, computers, filing cabinets, and 2 people working. "That's it," David said. "The foundation office." Sarah Chen approached them, smiling. Marcus, right on time. Dr. Rodriguez is expecting you." She led Marcus to the office while his father headed to the maintenance area. Marcus's hands were sweating. He wiped them on his jeans. Dr. Rodriguez stood when he entered. She was shorter than he expected, maybe 5'4", with kind eyes and a firm handshake. "Marcus, it's wonderful to finally meet you in person." She gestured to a chair. "Please sit. Can I get you water? Juice?" "Water's good, thank you." A young woman at the other desk looked up. She appeared to be in her 20s with bright red hair and glasses. "Hi, I'm Amanda Chen, Sarah's daughter, actually. I'm helping with database management and application processing." "Nice to meet you," Marcus said shyly. Dr. Rodriguez handed him a bottle of water and sat across from him. "So, let me tell you how this works. We're receiving about 200 applications per day right now. That number will probably grow. Each application includes medical documentation, insurance denial letters, and a family statement explaining their situation." She pulled up a file on her computer. "This is a sample application. No real names. I've redacted everything. But I want to show you what we're looking at." Marcus read the screen. A family in Ohio. Their 7-year-old daughter had a rare genetic disorder requiring enzyme replacement therapy. Cost: $450,000 per year. Insurance denied. 3 appeals, all rejected. The mother's statement was heartbreaking. "I watch my daughter deteriorate every day. Her organs are slowly failing. We have the solution sitting in a pharmacy somewhere, but we can't access it because of paperwork. How is this acceptable? How is this America?" "What happens to cases like this?" Marcus asked. "If we approve them, and we likely would approve this one, we contact the family, verify the information, and arrange payment directly to the hospital or pharmacy. We also connect them with legal advocates who can continue fighting the insurance company." "So you pay for the medicine and help them fight?" "Exactly. We want to solve the immediate crisis, but we also want to prevent it from happening again." Dr. Rodriguez opened another file. "Now, here's a different case. Can you tell me what concerns you about this one?" Marcus read carefully. A family in Florida. Their son needed surgery for a deviated septum. Cost: $15,000. Insurance denied because they deemed it cosmetic rather than medically necessary. Marcus frowned. "This seems different, like, it's not life-threatening?" "Good catch. The family argues that the deviated septum causes breathing problems and chronic infections. That might be true, but it's not the same urgency as enzyme replacement therapy or Trikafta. How do we decide?" Marcus thought about it. "You'd need to see medical records, like proof that it's causing real problems and not just cosmetic?" "Exactly. This is where judgment comes in. Every case requires careful evaluation. Some are obvious yeses, some are obvious nos. Many are somewhere in between." They spent 2 hours reviewing sample cases. Dr. Rodriguez taught Marcus how to read medical documentation, how to spot inconsistencies in statements, how to verify insurance denials were legitimate. It was harder than Marcus expected. Every case was a real family, real suffering, real desperate need. On saying no, even when the case didn't quite meet the criteria, felt terrible. "This is the hard part," Dr. Rodriguez said gently. "We can't help everyone. We have to prioritize life-threatening situations, emergency needs, cases where delay means death or permanent disability. It's brutal, but it's necessary." "How do you deal with it?" Marcus asked. "Knowing you're saying no to families who need help?" Dr. Rodriguez was quiet for a moment. "I remind myself that helping 10 families completely is better than helping 50 families inadequately. I remind myself that every yes we give is a life saved, a child who gets to breathe, a teenager who gets their seizure medication, a parent who doesn't have to watch their child suffer. She pulled up a new file, a real one this time, names and all. This is the Lane family, Christopher's application. Now I want you to see what a clear yes looks like. Marcus read through Christopher's medical history, the diagnosis at age 3, the progression of symptoms, the 3 insurance denials for Trikafta, the appeal letters from Dr. Rodriguez herself, written before she gave him the medication, the clinical evidence showing he was an ideal candidate for the drug. It was heartbreaking and infuriating at the same time. Insurance companies have these formulas, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Cost-benefit analyses. They calculate how much a life is worth versus how much treatment costs. Christopher's life was worth less than $311,000 per year, according to their algorithm. That's evil, Marcus said quietly. It's business, which, in cases like this, is the same thing as evil. By noon, Marcus's brain hurt from concentration. Doctor, Rodriguez suggested they take a break. They walked out to the hangar floor where Marcus's father was working on a Citation jet. How's it going? David asked. It's hard, Marcus admitted. Really hard. Every application is a family that needs help. But you're helping them. That's what matters. Dr. Rodriguez's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and smiled. It's Michael. Excuse me for a moment. She walked away to take the call. Marcus watched her expression change, from professional to surprised to delighted. When she returned, she was beaming. Marcus, how would you like to take a trip? A trip? Mr. Jordan wants to fly to Charlotte tomorrow. He's meeting with several families who've applied to the foundation. He'd like you to come along, to meet Christopher in person. He needs to see firsthand what this work means. Marcus's heart hammered. Me? Go to Charlotte? On his plane? If your parents approve, yes. We'd leave tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., spend the day in Charlotte, and return by evening. Marcus looked at his father, hardly daring to hope. David was already pulling out his phone. Let me call Teresa. 20 minutes later, it was official. Marcus Williams was going to fly on Michael Jordan's private jet to Charlotte, North Carolina. Deshaun's reaction via text, I'm not speaking to you anymore. I'm too jealous. Wait. No, I need details. Tell me everything. That night, Marcus couldn't eat dinner. His stomach was too full of butterflies. He was going to fly on a Gulfstream G550. He was going to meet Christopher Lane. He was going to see where this whole story began. His mother helped him pack a small backpack. Nothing fancy. Just be yourself. That's who Mr. Jordan asked for. What if I say something stupid? Then you'll say something stupid and learn from it. Marcus, stop worrying. You earned this. You understood this situation when most adults didn't. Trust yourself. Sunday morning, 8:30 a.m., Teterboro Airport. Marcus stood on the tarmac beside Jordan's jet, barely believing this was real. The sleek silver fuselage, the red Jumpman logo, the stairs extending down like a welcome. Dr. Rodriguez arrived carrying a briefcase. James Morton appeared with coffee, and then Jordan himself wearing jeans and a black sweater, looking relaxed and ready. Morning, Marcus, Jordan said. Ready to fly? Yes, sir. Good, let's go see where this all started. They climbed the stairs. Marcus stepped into the jet and stopped, overwhelmed. Cream leather seats, polished wood tables, soft lighting, a couch, a full galley kitchen. It was like a luxury apartment that happened to have wings. Sit anywhere, Jordan said, settling into a seat near the front. Marcus chose a seat across from Dr. Rodriguez. James sat near the back, already working on his laptop. Captain Henderson's voice came over the intercom. Good morning, everyone. Flight time to Charlotte is approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes. Weather is clear. Sit back and enjoy the ride. The engine started. Marcus felt the gentle vibration through his seat. They taxied to the runway, and then, impossibly magically, they were lifting off. Marcus pressed his face to the window, watching New Jersey fall away below them. The buildings grew smaller, and the highways looked like ribbons. The clouds rushed up to meet them. He was flying on Michael Jordan's private jet. To meet a boy whose life had been saved by the courage of the woman sitting across from him and the generosity of the man sitting 3 rows ahead. This was real. This was happening. And somewhere below in Charlotte, North Carolina, Christopher Lane was breathing easy, waiting to say thank you. The jet leveled off at cruising altitude. Marcus had never felt anything like it. So smooth, so quiet. Nothing like the commercial flights he'd taken to visit his grandmother in Florida. This was different, luxurious, almost silent except for the gentle hum of engines. Dr. Rodriguez was working on her laptop, reviewing files. James was on the phone with someone, discussing schedules. Jordan sat with his eyes closed, he either sleeping or thinking. Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Deshaun, "We're in the air. This is insane." The response came immediately. "Take pictures!" Marcus snapped a photo of the jet's interior, careful not to include anyone's face, and sent it. "Holy crap, dude. Holy crap!" Marcus smiled and put his phone away. Through the window, clouds stretched endlessly below like cotton fields. "First time on a private jet?" Dr. Rodriguez asked, looking up from her computer. "First time on any jet in 4 years," Marcus admitted. "We don't fly much." "Well, you picked a good one for your return to the skies." She closed her laptop. "Marcus, I want to prepare you for today. Meeting Christopher and his mother. It's going to be emotional. For them, and probably for you too. I watched his video. He seems really brave." "He is. But he's also 9 years old and he's been through trauma. Medical trauma. The kind that doesn't show up on the outside but lives inside you." Dr. Rodriguez's expression was serious. When you're that sick for that long, when you can't breathe properly, when you watch your mother cry because she can't afford to save you, that changes a person, even a child. Marcus understood that more than she probably realized. "I know what it's like to feel like you're killing your family just by being sick." Dr. Rodriguez's eyes softened. "Yes, I imagine you do." "Does Christopher know that I have diabetes? That Mr. Jordan is helping my family too?" "He knows you're helping with the foundation, that you understand what it's like when medicine costs too much. And I think that will mean a lot to him, knowing he's not alone." Jordan stirred in his seat and opened his eyes. He checked his watch, then stood and walked back to where Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez sat. "Mind if I join you?" Without waiting for an answer, he settled into the seat across the aisle. "Marcus, Elena tells me you did well yesterday, reviewing applications." "Thank you, sir. It was harder than I expected." "Good. If it was easy, you wouldn't be taking it seriously." Jordan accepted a bottle of water from James. "Today, you're going to meet 3 families. Christopher's family first, then a 16-year-old girl named Jasmine who needs medication for lupus, then a 5-year-old boy named David who needs treatment for a bleeding disorder. All 3 have been denied coverage. All 3 are suffering. I doubt we're going to help them." Marcus listened carefully, committing the names to memory. "I want you to pay attention today," Jordan continued. "Watch how the families talk about their situations. Listen to what they're not saying as much as what they are saying. You'll learn more from one day with real families than from a month of reading applications." "Yes, sir." "And Marcus, stop calling me sir. Makes me feel old." Jordan's mouth quirked into a small smile. "Michael is fine." Marcus's eyes widened. I don't think I can call you Michael." "Then call me MJ. Everybody else does." "Okay, MJ." The name felt strange in Marcus's mouth, too familiar, but Jordan, MJ, nodded approvingly. The rest of the flight passed quickly. Marcus watched North Carolina appear below, all green and sprawling. North Charlotte Douglas International Airport came into view, much bigger than Teterboro, with multiple runways and dozens of commercial jets. Captain Henderson's voice came over the intercom. "We'll be landing in about 5 minutes. Welcome to Charlotte." The landing was butter smooth. They taxied to the private aviation terminal, and within minutes, 2 black SUVs were waiting. The Lanes live in Enderley Park, Dr. Rodriguez explained as they climbed into the first SUV. It's a neighborhood west of downtown, working-class area. Angela, Christopher's mother, works at a grocery store. She's been raising Christopher alone since her husband died 2 years ago. Marcus did the math. Christopher's father died when Christopher was 7, right when his cystic fibrosis was probably getting worse. That family had been hit with tragedy after tragedy. Once they drove through Charlotte's streets, Marcus watched the city pass by. Businesses, houses, churches, parks. It looked like any American city. Normal, ordinary, the kind of place where extraordinary things happen to ordinary people. Enderley Park was a neighborhood of small houses with chain-link fences and cars parked on the street. Kids played basketball in driveways. An elderly woman watered flowers in her yard. It reminded Marcus of his own neighborhood in Patterson. The SUV stopped in front of a small beige house with white trim. The lawn was neat, but the paint was peeling in places. A plastic playset sat in the side yard, looking sun-faded and well-used. "They're expecting us," Dr. Rodriguez said. "Angela knows we're coming at 10:30. Jordan climbed out first. Marcus followed, his heart pounding. This was it. Not the house where Christopher Lane lived, the place where this whole story began. The front door opened before they reached it. A woman stepped out onto the small porch. She was maybe 35, with light brown hair pulled into a ponytail, wearing jeans and a Carolina Panthers sweatshirt. Her face was tired but hopeful. "Mr. Jordan," she said, her voice breaking slightly. "I can't believe you're really here." Jordan climbed the 3 steps to the porch and took her hand. "Angela, thank you for having us. This is Dr. Rodriguez, whom you already know, and this is Marcus Williams, who's helping with the foundation." Angela shook hands with each of them, her eyes wet. "Please, come in. Christopher has been awake since 5 a.m., too excited to sleep." The inside of the house was small but clean. A modest living room with a worn couch and a television. Family photos on the walls. Christopher as a baby, a man who must have been his father, Angela's wedding photo. Everything was neat, organized, cared for despite limited resources. And there, standing in the hallway leading to the bedrooms, was Christopher Lane. He was smaller than Marcus expected, thin with light brown hair that stuck up in the back, and his father's eyes. He wore jeans and a red shirt and white sneakers that looked new. In his hands, he clutched a basketball. "Hi," Christopher said shyly. Jordan walked over and knelt down. "Christopher, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." "You're really Michael Jordan." "I really am. The Michael Jordan, who won 6 championships." "That's me. You like basketball?" Christopher nodded. "I couldn't play before, because of my CF, but Mom says maybe now I can try, since I can breathe better." "I think that's a great idea." Jordan noticed the basketball. "Is that for me to sign?" Christopher's face flushed. "If you want to, if you have time. I know you're busy." Jordan took the basketball and pulled a marker from his pocket, like he'd planned for this exact moment. He signed it carefully. "To Christopher. Keep breathing, keep fighting, keep dreaming. Michael Jordan." Christopher stared at the signature like it was made of gold. "Christopher," Angela said gently. "Can you say hello to Dr. Rodriguez and Marcus?" Christopher looked at Dr. Rodriguez and his entire face changed. He ran to her and hugged her waist tightly. "Thank you," he said into her shirt. "Thank you for my medicine." Dr. Rodriguez hugged him back, tears streaming down her face. "You're so welcome, sweetheart. So welcome." When Christopher finally let go, he turned to Marcus. "You're 12? "Yeah, almost 13. Mom said you have diabetes, that you help pick which families to help." "I'm trying to learn how," Marcus said. "It's pretty new." "Does your diabetes hurt?" Marcus thought about how to answer honestly without scaring him. "Sometimes. The finger pricks hurt a little, And sometimes when my blood sugar is too high or too low, I feel sick. But mostly it's just annoying. Having to check all the time. Having to think about food and insulin and supplies. Christopher nodded seriously. CF is like that too. Annoying. I have to do breathing treatments every morning and every night, and take pills with every meal, and do physical therapy to clear the mucus from my lungs. That sounds really hard. It is, but it's better now, since I got the Trikafta. Christopher took a deep breath, demonstrating. See? I can fill my lungs all the way. Before, I could only fill them like halfway. The casual way he said it, like filling your lungs halfway was normal, made Marcus's chest tighten. Angela invited them to sit. She'd made coffee and had store-brand cookies on a plate. Jordan sat on the couch. Dr. Rodriguez sat beside him. Marcus and Christopher sat on the floor, and Angela took the armchair. I need to thank you, Angela said to Jordan. Not just for the foundation, for believing Dr. Rodriguez, for helping her when she needed it, for understanding that sometimes rules need to be broken to save lives. Jordan nodded. I just wish we lived in a world where breaking rules wasn't necessary. Me too. But until we do, I'm grateful there are people like you and Dr. Rodriguez who are willing to stand up. She told them her story. Her husband, Daniel, had worked construction. Good man, hard worker, great father. He'd been killed in an accident on a job site when a crane malfunctioned. The company had paid a settlement, but legal fees and funeral costs ate most of it. Angela was left with a mortgage, bills, a son with a terminal disease, and a job that paid $14.50 per hour. Insurance through her job covered some of Christopher's treatments, but not Trikafta. That was classified as a specialty medication with different coverage rules. 3 times Angela had applied for coverage. 3 times she'd been denied. The appeals process could take 6 months or more. I watched my son deteriorate, Angela said, her voice steady but her hands shaking. Every day he got a little worse, a little weaker. He'd try to play and have to stop after 5 minutes because he couldn't breathe. He'd wake up at night coughing so hard he'd vomit. And I couldn't do anything except hold him and promise it would get better. Christopher listened quietly, his basketball clutched in his lap. Then Dr. Rodriguez called me into her office, Angela continued. She said she had a way to help Christopher, that it wasn't exactly legal, that she could get in trouble, but that Christopher would die without the medication and she couldn't live with that. She asked if I would let her do it. What did you say? Marcus asked. I said yes before she finished the sentence. Doctor? Nia Rodriguez spoke up. I gave Christopher his first dose on March 8th. Within 24 hours, his breathing improved. Within 48 hours, he was like a different child. By March 10th, hospital administration had figured out what I'd done. They fired her, Angela said, called security to escort her out of the building, threatened to press charges for theft. I tried to tell them she saved my son's life, but they didn't care. Rules were rules. That's when you made the video, Jordan said. Angela nodded. I was so angry, so helpless. I thought if people saw Christopher, if they understood what was happening, maybe someone would care. I never expected it to go viral. Never expected Michael Jordan to see it. Jordan smiled slightly. I saw it during the Hornets game on March 11th. Between quarters, I was scrolling through my phone and your video came up. I watched it 3 times. Then I called my assistant and told him to find Dr. Rodriguez and help her. You sent your plane for her. I did. She needed to get out of Charlotte before the hospital could press charges. I brought her to New Jersey where my lawyers could protect her while we figured out the situation. Marcus listened, piecing together the timeline. The video on March 10th, Jordan seeing it on March 11th, the flight on March 12th that grounded the jet. It all made sense now. Christopher spoke up suddenly. Mr. Jordan, can I show you something? Of course. Christopher disappeared down the hallway and returned with a spiral notebook. He sat on the floor and opened it carefully. Inside were drawings. There are crayon drawings of airplanes and basketball players and stick figures holding hands. And writing. Wobbly kid handwriting in various colors. "This is my grateful book," Christopher explained. "My therapist said I should write down things I'm grateful for, to help with the sad feelings about being sick all the time." He turned pages, showing them entries. March 9th. "I'm grateful Dr. Rodriguez gave me new medicine." March 10th. "I'm grateful I could breathe better today." March 11th. "I'm grateful Mom made my favorite dinner even though she was worried." He kept turning pages. The entries continued. Small things, big things, all written in that careful, childish handwriting. March 15th, Christopher read aloud. "I'm grateful Mr. Jordan is helping Dr. Rodriguez, and I'm grateful there are still good people in the world." Jordan's expression was unreadable. Christopher turned to a blank page. "Can I add something now?" "Go ahead," his mother said. Christopher picked up a blue crayon and wrote slowly, sounding out the words. March 24th. "I'm grateful Mr. Jordan and Dr. Rodriguez and Marcus came to visit. I'm grateful I got to meet real heroes." Marcus felt tears in his eyes. He wasn't a hero. He was just a kid who understood what it meant to need help. But maybe that was enough. They stayed for an hour. Jordan and Christopher talked about basketball, about favorite players, about drills Christopher could practice now that he could breathe better, about dreams of playing in middle school. Dr. Rodriguez examined Christopher briefly, listening to his lungs, checking his color, asking medical questions. "He's doing beautifully," she told Angela. "The Trikafta is working exactly as we hoped." Marcus and Christopher sat together, comparing notes about living with chronic illness, the blood sugar checks and breathing treatments, the worried parents and medical bills, the feeling of being different from other kids. "Do you ever wish you were normal?" Christopher asked. Marcus thought about it. "Sometimes. But then I think maybe dealing with this stuff makes us stronger. Like, we know things other kids don't know. We appreciate things they take for granted. Like breathing. Like breathing." When it was time to leave, Christopher hugged each of them. He held on to Dr. Rodriguez the longest. "You saved my life," he whispered to her. "You saved mine too," she whispered back. "You reminded me why I became a doctor." Outside, climbing back into the SUV, Marcus felt different, heavier somehow, like he was carrying something precious and fragile. "That," Jordan said as they pulled away from the curb, "is why we're doing this. That boy, that family, that's what matters." The next stop was across town. Jasmine Walker, age 16, lived with her grandmother in a modest apartment complex. She had lupus, an autoimmune disease that caused her body to attack itself. Without medication, her organs would fail. Jasmine met them at the door, moving slowly, carefully, like each step required thought. She was beautiful despite her illness. Dark skin, natural hair pulled back, and eyes that held too much knowledge for 16. "Mr. Jordan," she said, her voice soft but steady. "Thank you for coming." Her grandmother, Mrs. Walker, was 72 and worked as a church secretary. She'd raised Jasmine since Jasmine's mother died of the same disease 7 years ago. "History repeating," Mrs. Walker explained. "My daughter didn't have access to the medications Jasmine needs. She died at 28. I will not let that happen to my grandbaby. I will not." Jasmine's story was similar to Christopher's. Insurance denials, impossible costs, a family trying to survive on minimal income. The medication she needed cost $18,000 per month. "I had to drop out of school," Jasmine said. "The pain was too bad. The fatigue. I'd fall asleep in class. My joints would swell up and I couldn't write. So I got my GED instead. Now I just try to survive each day." "What do you want to do?" Marcus asked. "If you could do anything." Jasmine's eyes lit up. "I want to be a nurse. I want to help people like Dr. Rodriguez helps people. I want to work in hospitals and make sure patients feel heard, feel valued." "You'll do it," Jordan said with certainty. We're going to get you the medication you need. You're going to get healthy. And you're going to be an incredible nurse. Tears rolled down Jasmine's face. You really think so? I know so. The third family lived in a suburb south of Charlotte. Little David Martinez, age 5, had a bleeding disorder called hemophilia. A simple fall could cause dangerous internal bleeding. He needed regular infusions of clotting factor at $25,000 per treatment. David was tiny with huge brown eyes and a shy smile. He showed Marcus his collection of toy cars, explaining which ones were fastest and which ones were his favorites. His parents, Maria and Carlos, worked 2 jobs each. They looked exhausted, defeated. Like they'd been fighting for so long they'd forgotten what peace felt like. We feel like we're drowning, Maria admitted. Every day is a choice between paying for David's treatment or paying rent. Between medicine and food, we're one emergency away from losing everything. Jordan listened to each family with complete attention. Never rushed them. Never looked at his phone. Just listened like their stories were the most important thing in the world. Because to him, Marcus realized they were. By the time they returned to the airport, it was 4 p.m. Marcus was emotionally exhausted. 3 families. 3 impossible situations. 3 children who deserved better than the system was giving them. On the flight back to New Jersey, Marcus sat quietly, processing everything. Dr. Rodriguez sat beside him. Heavy day. Yeah. But important. Yeah, Marcus said again. MJ was right. Reading applications isn't the same as meeting real families. No, it's not. Every number on a page is a person. Every dollar amount is someone's life. You can't forget that. Marcus looked out the window at the clouds. How many applications do we have? As of this morning, 347. 347 families. 347 stories like Christopher's and Jasmine's and David's. We can't help everyone, Marcus said softly. No, but we can help some. And those some matter. Christopher matters. Jasmine matters. David matters. That has to be enough. When they landed at Teterboro, Marcus's parents were waiting. Teresa hugged him tightly. How was it? Hard. Really hard, but good. That night, Marcus lay in bed, unable to sleep. He kept thinking about Christopher's grateful book, about Jasmine wanting to be a nurse, about little David showing him toy cars with such innocent joy. He thought about Angela Lane working at a grocery store for $14.50 an hour, about Mrs. Walker at 72 still working to support her granddaughter, about Maria and Carlos working 4 jobs between them and still drowning in debt. The system was broken. Really broken. And while Jordan's foundation could help individual families, it couldn't fix the system itself. But maybe, Marcus thought, if enough people saw what he'd seen today, if enough people met Christopher and Jasmine and David, maybe they'd demand change. Maybe that was the real mission. Not just saving individual lives, but saving the system that was failing them all. Marcus picked up his phone and opened his notes app. He started writing down everything he'd seen, everything he'd felt, everything he'd learned. Because someday, somehow, these stories needed to be told. And maybe, just maybe, a 12-year-old kid from Patterson who understood what it meant to need help could be the one to tell them. Monday morning meant back to school. Marcus walked through the doors of Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School, feeling like a completely different person than the one who'd left for spring break 10 days ago. 10 days, that's all it had been. But in those 10 days, he'd met Michael Jordan. He'd flown on a private jet. He'd visited families whose struggles mirrored his own. He'd become part of something bigger than basketball or fame or any of the things he'd thought mattered. Marcus! Deshaun's voice echoed down the hallway. He ran up, nearly knocking Marcus over. Dude, you didn't answer any of my texts yesterday. How was Charlotte? Did you really meet that kid? Tell me everything. Marcus laughed. Slow down. I'll tell you at lunch. But word had already spread. Somehow, probably through social media, Kids at school had figured out that Marcus Williams was connected to the Michael Jordan Foundation story. By second period, people he'd never spoken to were asking him questions. Is it true you flew on Jordan's plane? Did you really meet the sick kid from the news? Are you like working for Michael Jordan now? Marcus tried to downplay it, but his English teacher, Ms. Patterson, had other ideas. Marcus, she said, as class ended. Can I speak with you for a moment? He approached her desk nervously. Miss Patterson was young, maybe 30, with kind eyes and a reputation for actually caring about students. I saw the news coverage about the Christopher Lane Foundation, she said. And I heard through the parent network that you're involved. Is that true? Marcus nodded. I'm helping review applications. Families who need help with medical costs. Ms. Patterson smiled. That's remarkable. Marcus, would you be willing to speak to the class about it? About what you're learning? I think it would be valuable for students to hear about real-world healthcare issues from someone their own age. Marcus's stomach tightened. Speak to the class? Like, in front of everyone? You don't have to decide now. Think about it. But I believe you have an important perspective to share. At lunch, Marcus and Deshawn sat at their usual table in the corner of the cafeteria. Marcus finally told him everything, meeting Christopher, seeing his grateful book, visiting Jasmine and little David. That's heavy, man, Deshawn said, his usual energy subdued. Like, really heavy. 300 applications? 347, as of yesterday. And you have to read them? All of them? Not all of them. Dr. Rodriguez and her team do the first review. I look at the ones that are borderline, the tough decisions. Deshawn was quiet for a moment. My cousin has asthma, bad asthma. My aunt has to choose between his inhaler and groceries sometimes. You think your foundation could help? Marcus felt his chest tighten. This was real. Now this wasn't just statistics or applications. This was Deshawn's family. Have your aunt fill out an application. I can't promise anything, but we'll review it. For real? For real. That afternoon, Marcus received an email from Dr. Rodriguez with the subject line, "This week's review cases." Attached were 15 applications, 15 families, 15 impossible situations. Marcus opened the first one, a 10-year-old girl in Michigan with severe epilepsy. Her seizures were increasing in frequency, now happening 3 to 4 times per week. There was a new medication that could reduce seizures by 80%, but insurance had denied coverage 3 times. Cost, $6,000 per month. The mother's statement made Marcus's hands shake. I watch my daughter seize and I can't do anything. I hold her head so she doesn't hurt herself. I time the seizures to know when to call 911. I've lost 2 jobs because I had to leave work for medical emergencies. We're living with my parents now because we lost our apartment. My daughter asked me why her brain is broken. What am I supposed to tell her? Marcus checked the medical documentation. Everything was legitimate. The neurologist's letter was clear. This medication could transform the girl's life. He typed his recommendation, approve, high priority, immediate need. The second application was trickier. A family in Arizona requesting coverage for their son's dental surgery. The 15-year-old had severe tooth decay from medications he took for another condition. Total cost, $12,000. Marcus read carefully. Was this life-threatening? No. Was it causing pain and affecting his quality of life? Yes. Did insurance have any legitimate reason to deny coverage? Not really. They classified it as cosmetic because it involved fixing appearance. But the foundation's resources were limited. If they paid for dental work, that was $12,000 that couldn't go to someone with epilepsy or cystic fibrosis or cancer. Marcus typed, uncertain, need team discussion. Not immediately life-threatening, but legitimate medical need stemming from other treatment. He worked through the applications for 2 hours after dinner, his schoolwork forgotten. Each case required careful thought. Each decision weighed on him. His phone rang. Dr. Rodriguez. Marcus, I'm looking at your recommendations from today. You're doing excellent work. Thanks. Some of them were really hard to decide. The Arizona dental case. You marked it uncertain. Tell me your thinking. Marcus explained his reasoning. Not immediately life-threatening, but a real need. Limited resources. Difficult to prioritize. That's exactly the right thought process, Dr. Rodriguez said. You're balancing compassion with practicality. That's what this work requires. We approved the epilepsy case, by the way. The girl will get her medication starting next week. Marcus felt a wave of relief. One family helped. One child who wouldn't have to suffer anymore. There's something else I wanted to discuss, Dr. Rodriguez continued. We're getting media requests. News stations want to interview families we've helped. They want to film the moment when we tell families they're approved. Now they want to make it into a story. Is that bad? I'm not sure. On one hand, visibility helps. More donations, more pressure on lawmakers, more public awareness. On the other hand, these families are vulnerable. They're in crisis. Putting cameras on them feels exploitative. Marcus thought about Christopher's face when Jordan signed his basketball. About Jasmine's tears when Jordan promised she'd become a nurse. Those were private moments, sacred moments. I think you should ask the families, Marcus said. Some might want to share their stories. Some might want privacy. Let them decide. That's wise. Thank you, Marcus. After the call, Marcus returned to the applications. Number 6 made him stop cold. The name at the top? Harris, Deshaun Harris. His best friend's family had applied to the foundation. Marcus read through the application with shaking hands. Deshaun's cousin, Jerome Harris, age 8, had severe asthma triggered by allergies and exercise. He needed a combination of medications, a daily controller inhaler, a rescue inhaler, and during bad episodes, oral steroids. The family's insurance covered the rescue inhaler but not the daily controller, which cost $350 per month without coverage. Deshaun's aunt, Patricia Harris, worked as a home health aide. Her statement was brief but powerful. My son can't play outside, can't run, can't do normal kid things because he can't breathe. I have the prescription for the medicine that would help him. I have the doctor's orders, but I can't afford to fill it. I'm choosing between my son's ability to breathe freely and keeping the electricity on. This shouldn't be a choice any mother has to make. Marcus sat back in his chair. This was Deshaun's family, his best friend, the person he'd known since 3rd grade, the person who'd stuck with him through diabetes diagnosis, through hard times, through everything. He couldn't review this application. It wasn't objective. He was too close. Marcus forwarded the application to Dr. Rodriguez with a note. This is my best friend's family. I can't be objective about this case. Please have someone else review it. Dr. Rodriguez responded within minutes. Understood. I'll handle this one personally. Your integrity in recognizing the conflict is commendable. Marcus closed his laptop and lay back on his bed, staring at his Michael Jordan posters. The images that had inspired him for years looked different now. Jordan wasn't just a basketball player anymore. He was a man who saw suffering and chose to act. A man who understood that greatness meant more than championships. His phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Marcus, this is Angela Lane. Christopher wanted me to send you this. A video file followed. Marcus opened it. Christopher appeared on screen, sitting on his couch with his signed basketball beside him. Hi, Marcus, Christopher said to the camera. Mom helped me make this video. I wanted to say thank you for visiting, and thank you for helping Dr. Rodriguez pick which families to help. I know it's probably hard. I know you probably can't help everyone. But the families you do help, their lives are going to change. Like mine changed. So thank you. You're a real hero. The video ended. Marcus played it 3 more times, hurried tears streaming down his face. Tuesday morning, Marcus was called to the principal's office. His stomach dropped. Had he done something wrong? Principal Johnson was a large man with kind eyes and a no-nonsense attitude. He gestured for Marcus to sit. "Marcus, you're not in trouble. I wanted to talk to you about something else. I've been contacted by several news organizations asking for permission to interview you about your work with the Christopher Lane Foundation." News organizations? CNN, the local NBC affiliate, even a producer from Good Morning America. They all want to talk to the 12-year-old boy who's helping Michael Jordan select families to help. Marcus felt dizzy. I don't know if I should do that. That's why I'm talking to you first, before your parents. Marcus, you have no obligation to speak to the media, none. But if you choose to, I want you to understand what you're stepping into. News interviews are permanent. Once something is on television, it's out there forever. You will be associated with this story for the rest of your life. Is that bad? Principal Johnson leaned back in his chair. It could be good. You could help bring attention to important issues. You could inspire other young people to get involved in causes they care about. Or it could be overwhelming. You could become known only as the kid from the Jordan Foundation story, instead of Marcus Williams, individual person with his own identity. Marcus hadn't thought about it that way. Can I think about it? Absolutely. Talk to your parents. Talk to Mr. Jordan and Dr. Rodriguez. Take your time. The news will wait. That evening, Marcus discussed it with his parents over dinner. I don't like the idea of you on national television, Teresa said immediately. You're 12. You should be focused on school and friends and being a kid. But this is important, Mom. If I can help people understand why families need help... You can help without being on TV, David interjected. You're already helping by reviewing applications. But Dr. Rodriguez said visibility matters, more donations, more pressure on lawmakers. His parents exchanged a look. Let's sleep on it, Teresa finally said. This isn't a decision to make quickly. Wednesday brought more applications. Marcus was developing a rhythm. Read the medical documentation first, verify the insurance denials, assess the urgency, check for inconsistencies. Most cases were straightforward. Some were heart-wrenching. A few raised red flags. One application from a family in Texas claimed their daughter needed a rare treatment, costing $500,000. But when Marcus Googled the treatment, he found it was experimental and not approved by the FDA. The family's statement was full of technical medical terms that seemed copied from websites rather than written naturally. Marcus marked it D-N-Y. Recommend further investigation. Possible fraud. Dr. Rodriguez called that afternoon. Marcus, good catch on the Texas case. We're reporting it to our legal team. Unfortunately, when money is involved, some people will try to take advantage. Your instincts are getting sharper. It felt wrong when I read it. Too perfect. Like someone researched what to say instead of just saying how they felt. Exactly. Real desperation has a different voice. Yet you're learning to hear it. Thursday at school, Ms. Patterson approached Marcus again. Have you thought about speaking to the class? Marcus had been avoiding the question, but watching Christopher's video again last night had changed something. Okay, he said. I'll do it. Wonderful. How about next Monday? I'll give you the full period. Prepare whatever you want to share. Maybe bring some statistics, talk about what you've learned, explain why this work matters. Marcus spent the weekend preparing. He made notes about the families he'd met. He researched healthcare statistics. 45,000 Americans died each year due to lack of health insurance. Over 500,000 families declared bankruptcy due to medical bills. 1 in 4 Americans reported difficulty affording prescription medications. The numbers were staggering, but numbers weren't enough. He needed to make it real. Sunday evening, Jordan called. Marcus, Elena tells me you're speaking to your class about the foundation work. Yes, sir. I mean MJ. I'm pretty nervous. Good. Nerves mean you care. Here's what I learned about public speaking. Don't memorize a speech. Just tell the truth. Tell them what you've seen. Tell them why it matters. People connect with authenticity, not polish. What if I mess up? Then you mess up and keep going. I've missed over 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over again. That's why I succeed. Marcus had heard that quote before. It was famous. But hearing Jordan say it directly to him hit differently. Thank you. I'm MJ. One more thing. Your friend's cousin, Jerome Harris. Dr. Rodriguez approved the application. He'll get his asthma medication starting this week. Marcus's breath caught. Really? Really, you did the right thing stepping back from that review, but the case was strong. Clear need, legitimate documentation, reasonable cost. Easy approval. After they hung up, Marcus immediately texted Deshawn. Check with your aunt. I think she's getting good news about Jerome soon. Deshawn's response. What? What did you do? I didn't do anything. I stepped back because he's your family, but the foundation approved it. Jerome's getting his medicine. 3 dots appeared and disappeared several times. Then, I don't know what to say, man. My aunt's been crying about this for months. Jerome's been missing school. This is going to change everything for them. That's what we're trying to do. Change everything, one family at a time. Monday morning arrived. Marcus wore his best shirt, the one his mom had bought him for his cousin's wedding last summer. He carried his notes in a folder, though his hands were shaking so badly he wasn't sure he'd be able to read them. Miss Patterson's class was right after lunch. 23 students all staring at him as he stood at the front of the room. Okay, Miss Patterson said. Marcus has agreed to talk to us about his work with the Christopher Lane Foundation. Please give him your full attention and respect. Marcus looked at the faces watching him. Some curious, some bored, some skeptical that a kid their own age could have anything important to say. He took a deep breath. 2 weeks ago, Marcus began, Michael Jordan's private jet was grounded at the airport where my dad works. Nobody knew why. News reporters showed up. Police came. Everyone was guessing. Drugs, money, scandal. But the real reason was simpler and more important than any of that. Michael Jordan helped save a little boy's life. He had their attention now. His name is Christopher Lane. He's 9 years old. He has cystic fibrosis, which means he can't breathe properly. There's a medicine that helps, costs over $300,000 a year. His family couldn't afford it. Insurance denied coverage 3 times. Christopher was dying. Marcus pulled out his phone and showed them the photo of Christopher in his Hornets jersey. A doctor named Elena Rodriguez gave him the medicine anyway. She knew she'd get fired. She knew she might face criminal charges. But she looked at this 9-year-old boy who couldn't breathe and decided rules mattered less than his life. He told them about Jordan flying Dr. Rodriguez to safety, about the foundation that was formed, about meeting Christopher and seeing his grateful book. I met him, Marcus continued. I sat in his living room and watched him take a deep breath, a full breath, for the first time in years. And he said breathing was nice, that everyone should get to do it. The classroom was completely silent. I have type 1 diabetes, Marcus said, surprising himself with the admission. My family struggles to afford my insulin and supplies. We've had to ration. We've had to choose between medicine and other bills. I know what it's like to feel like you're killing your family just by being sick. He saw some students nodding. They understood. Nosh, they'd been there too. The Christopher Lane Foundation has received over 300 applications in 2 weeks. 300 families who can't afford medicine, their children need to survive. Kids with cancer, epilepsy, hemophilia, lupus, asthma, diabetes. Every single one of them is suffering because someone decided their lives cost too much. Marcus looked down at his notes, then decided to ignore them. I don't have answers about how to fix healthcare. I'm 12. I don't understand insurance or politics or economics. But I know this. When a 9-year-old kid can't breathe because his life is worth less than $300,000, something is broken. And I know this. We can do better. We have to do better. He paused, gathering courage for what he wanted to say next. If you know someone who's struggling with medical costs, tell them about the foundation. If your family is struggling, apply. And if you want to help, donate if you can, even $5. Share stories on social media. Talk to your parents about these issues. Vote when you're old enough. Because this isn't just about one kid or one foundation. It's about deciding what kind of country we want to be. One where kids like Christopher can breathe. Or one where they suffocate while we argue about paperwork. Marcus sat down, his heart racing. The classroom erupted in applause. Miss Patterson wiped her eyes. Thank you, Marcus. That was incredibly powerful. Does anyone have questions? Hands shot up all over the room. For the next 30 minutes, Marcus answered questions about the foundation, about meeting Jordan, about reviewing applications. It's about his own diabetes. The students weren't bored anymore. They were engaged, interested. Some were angry about the system. Some wanted to know how to help. When the bell rang, several students approached him. My little sister has epilepsy, one girl said. Can I get information about applying? My dad lost his job and we can't afford his blood pressure medicine, a boy admitted quietly. I want to donate, another student said. I've been saving birthday money. Can I give it to the foundation? Marcus gave them all the website information. He watched them write it down carefully like it mattered. Because it did matter. Christopher Lane mattered. Jasmine Walker mattered. Little David Martinez mattered. Deshaun's cousin Jerome mattered. They all mattered. And maybe, just maybe, a 12-year-old kid from Patterson who understood what it meant to need help could actually make a difference. That afternoon, Marcus received an email from Good Morning America. They'd heard about his presentation at school. They wanted to interview him on national television. Marcus looked at the email for a long time. Then he forwarded it to his parents, to Dr. Rodriguez and to Jordan. The subject line, I think I'm ready to tell the story. The decision to appear on Good Morning America wasn't made lightly. Marcus sat at the kitchen table with his parents, Dr. Rodriguez on speakerphone, and Jordan having sent a detailed text message with his thoughts. You don't have to do this, Teresa said for the 10th time. Nobody will think less of you if you say no. But people need to hear the story, Mom. Not just about Mr. Jordan or Dr. Rodriguez, about all the families who are suffering. Dr. Rodriguez's voice came through the phone. Marcus, your mother is right. You have no obligation. But I'll be honest, your voice matters. When adults talk about healthcare, people tune out. It's boring, it's political. But when a 12-year-old explains why his best friend's cousin can't breathe without expensive medicine, people listen. David had been quiet throughout the conversation. Now he spoke. Son, if you do this, things will change. Kids at school will treat you differently. Some will think you're showing off. Some will be jealous. Some will make fun of you just because you got attention they didn't. Are you ready for that? Marcus thought about Christopher's grateful book, about Jasmine wanting to be a nurse, was about little David and his toy cars, about Jerome Harris finally getting his asthma medication. I'm ready. The interview was scheduled for Friday morning, 4 days away. GMA would send a crew to film at Teterboro Airport with Jordan's jet as the backdrop. They wanted Marcus, Dr. Rodriguez, and if possible, Jordan himself. Jordan agreed immediately. If Marcus is brave enough to speak up, I can stand beside him. Wednesday after school, Marcus met with a media coach that Jordan's team had hired. Her name was Patricia Sims, a woman in her 50s who'd trained CEOs and politicians for television appearances. First rule, Patricia said, sitting across from Marcus in the foundation's office at Teterboro. Be yourself. Don't try to sound like an adult. Don't use big words you wouldn't normally use. The power of your story is that it comes from a real kid with real experiences. She had him practice answering questions. Marcus, some people say the healthcare system is fine, and families just need to work harder or buy better insurance. What would you say to that? Marcus's first instinct was to get defensive, but Patricia stopped him. Breathe first, count to 3, then respond from your truth, not from anger. He tried again. I'd say that my dad works as an aircraft mechanic. My mom is a nursing assistant. They both work full-time. We have insurance. And we still couldn't always afford my diabetes supplies. Working hard isn't enough when insulin costs more than rent. Patricia smiled. Perfect. Personal. Specific. Impossible to argue with because it's your lived experience. They practiced for 2 hours. By the end, Inge Marcus felt more confident but also more nervous. This was really happening. National television. Millions of people watching. One last thing, Patricia said as they wrapped up. There will be people who criticize you, who say you're being used for publicity, who question your motives or your intelligence. Don't read the comments. Don't engage with trolls. Tell your truth and let it stand. That night, Marcus couldn't sleep. He kept rehearsing answers in his head, worrying about saying something stupid, imagining all the ways it could go wrong. His phone buzzed at 11:47 p.m. A text from Jordan. Can't sleep either, huh? First time I played in the NBA Finals, I was so nervous I threw up before the game. Then I went out and played. The fear doesn't go away. You just play through it. You'll do great tomorrow. Trust yourself. Marcus read the message 5 times, then finally fell asleep with his phone clutched in his hand. Thursday was a blur. School felt surreal. Teachers who normally would have scolded him for being distracted kept giving him encouraging smiles. Deshaun appointed himself Marcus's personal hype man, telling everyone who would listen that his best friend was going to be on national TV. You're going to be famous, man, Deshaun said at lunch. Like, actually famous. I don't want to be famous. I just want people to understand. Same thing sometimes. After school, Marcus went to Teterboro for a final run-through. The GMA crew had arrived early to set up cameras and lighting. They'd positioned everything so Jordan's jet would be visible in the background. The same jet that had started this entire story. The producer, an energetic woman named Rachel, walked Marcus through the setup. Robin Roberts will be doing the interview via satellite from New York, Rachel explained. You'll be looking at this camera, but you'll see her on this monitor. It'll feel like you're talking to her directly. Robin Roberts. Marcus knew who she was, one of the most famous journalists in America. His grandmother watched Good Morning America every single morning. She's tough but fair, Dr. Rodriguez said, appearing beside him. She'll ask hard questions, but she's not trying to trap you. She genuinely wants to understand the story. Jordan arrived at 5 p.m., drawing immediate attention from the camera crew. Even professionals who worked with celebrities all the time couldn't help staring at Michael Jordan. He pulled Marcus aside. How you feeling? Terrified. Good. That means you care. Jordan looked at the elaborate camera setup, the lights, the bustle of activity. This is bigger than I expected. You sure you're ready? I have to be. Jordan studied him for a long moment. You know what I see when I look at you, Marcus? I see someone who understands something most adults never learn. That privilege comes with responsibility. You've been given a platform. You could use it to make yourself look good, to get attention, to become internet famous. But instead you're using it to help others. That's rare, especially at 12. Marcus felt his eyes water. I just keep thinking about Christopher, about all the kids who are waiting for help. Then think about them tomorrow. When you're nervous, picture Christopher's face. Remember why you're doing this. Let that be your strength. That evening, Marcus's extended family started calling. His grandmother in Florida sobbing with pride. His uncle in Chicago joking that Marcus was going to make him look bad. His cousin in California asking if Marcus could get her Michael Jordan's autograph. You're making us all so proud, baby, his grandmother said, her voice thick with emotion. Your grandfather, God rest his soul, he would have loved to see this. His grandson, standing up for what's right, speaking truth to power. After the calls ended, Marcus sat with his parents in the living room. The TV was on, but nobody was watching it. No matter what happens tomorrow, David said, we're proud of you. You're showing courage most grown men don't have. Teresa pulled Marcus into a hug. My baby. My brave baby. Mom, I'm 12, not a baby. You'll always be my baby, even when you're 50 and on TV talking to famous journalists. Marcus smiled despite his nerves. Friday morning arrived too quickly. The interview was scheduled for 7:30 a.m., which meant Marcus had to be at the airport by 6 a.m. for final preparations. He dressed carefully in the outfit they'd selected. Dark jeans, a blue button-up shirt, and the Jordan sneakers that MJ had given him 2 days ago. For confidence, Jordan had said. The drive to Teterboro was quiet. Marcus's parents didn't try to fill the silence with empty reassurances. They just let him be with his thoughts. The airport was buzzing with activity when they arrived. The GMA crew had transformed Hangar 7 into a professional television studio. Lights on tall stands, cameras on rolling platforms, a small stage area with chairs positioned just so. Dr. Rodriguez was already there, also dressed carefully, professional but approachable in dark slacks and a burgundy blazer. She gave Marcus a hug. Ready? I think so. Remember, speak from your heart. That's all you need to do. Jordan arrived at 6:45 a.m., right on schedule. He wore a dark suit with an open collar. Professional, but not stuffy. He looked like exactly what he was. A legend who decided to care about something bigger than his legacy. Rachel, the producer, gathered them together. Okay, here's the rundown. Robin will introduce the segment with the backstory, the grounded jet, the investigation, the foundation. Then she'll talk to Michael first for about 3 minutes. Then Dr. Rodriguez for 2 minutes. Then Marcus for 5 minutes. Finally, all three of you together for closing remarks. Marcus's heart pounded. 5 minutes. And just 5 minutes to explain something so complex, so important, so heavy with meaning. A makeup artist dabbed powder on his face to prevent shine. A sound technician clipped a tiny microphone to his shirt. Someone adjusted the lights. At 7:28 a.m., Rachel counted down. We're live in 2 minutes. Places everyone. Marcus sat in his designated chair. Jordan sat to his right. Dr. Rodriguez to his left. The monitor in front of them showed the Good Morning America studio in New York, where Robin Roberts sat behind her desk, reviewing notes. 1 minute, Rachel called. Marcus's hands were shaking. He clasped them together in his lap. Jordan leaned over and whispered, Breathe. Just breathe. 30 seconds. The monitor showed Robin putting in her earpiece, checking her reflection in a small mirror, preparing herself. 15 seconds. The red light on the camera came on. And we're live. Robin Roberts appeared on the monitor, smiling her famous warm smile. Good morning. We have an extraordinary story for you this morning. 2 weeks ago, Michael Jordan's private jet was mysteriously grounded at a New Jersey airport, sparking wild speculation. But the truth turned out to be far more inspiring than anyone guessed. Jordan was helping a doctor who'd risked everything to save a child's life. That act of compassion has sparked a movement. This morning, we're joined by Michael Jordan, Dr. Elena Rodriguez, and 12-year-old Marcus Williams, who's become an unlikely but powerful voice in the fight for healthcare access. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, Robin, Jordan said smoothly. Good morning, Dr. Rodriguez echoed. Marcus managed, good morning? Robin turned her attention to Jordan first. Michael, let's start with that night, March 12th. You made the decision to fly Dr. Rodriguez from Charlotte to New Jersey, knowing it could bring you legal trouble. Walk us through that decision. Jordan's answer was clear and direct. It wasn't complicated, Robin. A doctor had saved a child's life and was being punished for it. She needed help. I could provide it. Everything else, the legal concerns, the potential headlines, the investigation, that all seemed less important than doing the right thing. Some critics have suggested this was a publicity stunt. How do you respond? Jordan's expression hardened slightly. Those critics are welcome to visit Christopher Lane in Charlotte. Look that 9-year-old boy in the eye and tell him his ability to breathe is a publicity stunt. You can visit the 347 families who've applied to our foundation for help. Tell them their suffering is manufactured for headlines. This isn't about publicity, it's about compassion. Robin nodded, then turned to Dr. Rodriguez. Doctor, you lost your job. You faced potential criminal charges. Do you regret giving Christopher that medication? Dr. Rodriguez's answer came without hesitation. Not for 1 second. I took an oath to do no harm. Watching a child suffocate when I had the means to help him, that would have been harm. I made the only choice I could live with. What would you say to other doctors facing similar dilemmas? I'd say the Hippocratic Oath comes before hospital policy. Patient care comes before insurance company profits. If that costs us our jobs, then the system needs to change, yet not our ethics. Then Robin turned to Marcus. The camera zoomed in slightly. On the monitor, Marcus could see his own face, nervous but determined. Marcus, you're 12 years old. Most kids your age are worried about homework and video games. How did you become involved in this story? Marcus remembered Patricia's advice. Breathe. Count to 3. Speak from your truth. My dad works at the airport where Mr. Jordan's plane was grounded, Marcus began. I was there for spring break when everything happened. I saw the investigation. I heard people guessing about what was going on. And when I found out the real reason that Mr. Jordan was helping a doctor who saved a kid's life, I understood it. Because I have type 1 diabetes. My family struggles to afford my supplies sometimes. I know what it's like when medicine costs more than you have. Tell me about that. What's it like to ration insulin? Marcus felt his parents watching from off camera. He felt the weight of 347 applications waiting for review. He felt Christopher's video message and Jasmine's dream of becoming a nurse and little David's toy cars. It's scary, he said honestly. You know you're supposed to test your blood sugar 6 times a day, but test strips cost money, so you only test 4 times. You know you're supposed to use a certain amount of insulin, but you stretch it a little to make it last longer. And you feel guilty. Like you're killing your family's budget just by being alive. Like your disease is a burden on everyone you love. Robin's expression was soft with empathy. Yeah, that's a heavy weight for a child to carry. A lot of kids carry it. That's why Mr. Jordan's foundation matters. Christopher Lane was carrying that weight. So was Jasmine Walker, who's 16 and had to drop out of school because she couldn't afford lupus medication. So was David Martinez, who's 5 and bleeds from minor injuries because his family can't always afford his clotting factor. There are millions of kids like us. You've been reviewing applications for the foundation. What's that process like? Marcus thought about the Michigan girl with epilepsy, the Arizona dental case, Deshaun's cousin Jerome. It's the hardest thing I've ever done, he admitted. Every application is a real family, real suffering, real people begging for help, and we can't help everyone. We have to prioritize. Life-threatening situations first. Emergency needs, cases where delay means death. Every time I mark an application as uncertain or deny, I think about that family, about what they're going through. But Dr. Rodriguez taught me that helping 10 families completely is better than helping 50 families inadequately. You met Christopher Lane in Charlotte. What was that like? Marcus's face brightened. Christopher is amazing. He's 9 years old and he keeps a grateful book where he writes down things he's thankful for. After he got his medication, he wrote, "I'm grateful I can breathe. Everyone should get to do it." That's what this is about. Making sure everyone gets to do basic human things. Breathing, living, not suffering because of a price tag. Robin leaned forward slightly. Marcus, you're about to reach millions of people watching this interview. What do you want them to know? This was it. The moment. Marcus looked directly at the camera. Not at Robin's image on the monitor, but at the red light that meant millions of eyes watching. I want people to know that this isn't a political issue. It's not about left or right or Republican or Democrat. It's about kids who can't breathe. It's about families who work hard and still can't afford medicine. It's about a system that's broken and needs fixing. He paused, gathering his thoughts. If you're watching this and you're struggling, if you can't afford your medicine or your kids' medicine, please apply to the Christopher Lane Foundation. We can't help everyone, but we'll try. And if you're watching this and you want to help, donate if you can. $5, $10, whatever you can spare. Share stories on social media. Not talk to your representatives. Vote for people who care about healthcare. Because Christopher Lane shouldn't be rare. Every kid should get the medicine they need. That shouldn't be extraordinary. It should be normal. Robin was quiet for a moment, then smiled. Marcus Williams, 12 years old and wiser than most adults. Michael Jordan, using your platform for genuine good. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, putting patients before politics. Thank you all for being with us this morning. And for everyone watching, the Christopher Lane Foundation website is on your screen. Let's help these families. The red light went off. And we're clear, Rachel called. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Jordan reached over and squeezed Marcus's shoulder. You did good, kid. Really good. Dr. Rodriguez wiped her eyes. That was perfect, Marcus. Absolutely perfect. Marcus's parents rushed over. His mother was crying, his father was grinning. They both hugged him at once. My baby, Teresa whispered. My brave, beautiful baby. The GMA crew started breaking down equipment. Rachel approached Marcus. That was one of the most powerful interviews I've seen in my 20 years in this business. You spoke from your heart, and it showed. Thank you. Within minutes, Marcus's phone started buzzing. Texts from Deshawn, from his grandmother, from teachers, from kids at school. Social media notifications piling up faster than he could read them. Dr. Rodriguez's phone rang. She answered, listened for a moment, then her eyes went wide. Say that again? A pause. How much? Another pause. In 15 minutes? That's incredible. She hung up and turned to the group. The foundation website just received over $100,000 in donations in the 15 minutes since the interview ended. Jordan's eyebrows rose. 100,000? And climbing. The servers are struggling to keep up with traffic. By noon, the number had reached $500,000. By 5 p.m., it was over $2 million. Small donations mostly, $10 here, $20 there, but from hundreds of thousands of people who'd watched Marcus look into that camera and tell the truth. The applications poured in too. Within 24 hours, they'd received over 800 new requests for help. Marcus spent Friday evening with his family trying to process what had happened. His phone wouldn't stop buzzing, his email was flooded, while the foundation's social media accounts were exploding with shares and comments and stories. Look at this one, Deshawn said, showing Marcus a tweet that had gone viral. It was from a woman in Oregon. My daughter has the same diabetes as Marcus. We've been rationing her insulin for 6 months. I applied to the foundation after watching this morning. For the first time in months, I have hope. Thank you, Marcus. There were thousands like it. Parents thanking him. Kids sharing their own medical struggles. Adults admitting they'd never understood how bad the healthcare crisis was until the 12-year-old explained it. But there were negative comments too. People accusing Marcus of being coached. People saying he was being exploited by Jordan. People claiming the whole thing was fake, that the foundation was a scam, or that Marcus was just a rich kid playing pretend. Don't read those, David said, taking the phone away. Remember what the media coach said? Tell your truth and let it stand. That night, as Marcus lay in bed, his phone rang one more time. Jordan. Just wanted to check on you. Big day. Yeah, really big. How you holding up? I'm okay, tired, overwhelmed. But okay. You did something important today, Marcus. You gave a voice to families who don't usually get heard. You made people care who might not have cared before. That matters. Mr. Jordan, MJ, do you think anything will actually change? Like, really change? Or will people just forget about this next week? Jordan was quiet for a moment. I don't know. Maybe some people will forget. But the families you help won't forget. Christopher Lane won't forget. The woman in Oregon whose daughter needs insulin won't forget. Change happens slowly, one person at a time. You planted seeds today. Now we water them and see what grows. After they hung up, Marcus thought about seeds and growth and change. He thought about Christopher's grateful book and Jasmine's dream and little David's toy cars. He thought about the 800 families waiting for help. And he thought about Robin Roberts' question. What do you want people to know? Marcus wanted people to know that behind every statistic was a human being. Behind every denied insurance claim was a family in crisis. Behind every price tag was a child who deserved better. He told millions of people that truth today. Now he had to keep telling it until something changed. His phone buzzed one more time. A text from Christopher Lane's mother, Angela. Christopher watched your interview this morning. He wants you to know he's added something new to his grateful book. I'm grateful Marcus is brave enough to speak up. We're all grateful, Marcus. Thank you. Marcus smiled in the dark and finally fell asleep, dreaming of a world where kids like Christopher could just breathe without anyone having to be brave. The weekend after the Good Morning America interview was chaos. Marcus's phone never stopped buzzing. News outlets from around the world requested follow-up interviews. The foundation website crashed twice from traffic overload. And everywhere Marcus went, the grocery store, the park, even church on Sunday, people recognized him. You're that boy from TV, a woman said at the supermarket, tears in her eyes. My grandson has the same diabetes. Thank you for speaking up. It was overwhelming and humbling and exhausting all at once. Monday morning at school was even stranger. Marcus walked through the doors expecting teasing or jealousy, but instead found something different: respect. Even the 8th graders who normally ignored 7th graders nodded at him in the hallways. Principal Johnson called him to the office during second period. Marcus's stomach dropped. Had he done something wrong? But the principal was smiling. Marcus, I wanted you to know that since Friday's interview, 12 families connected to our school have applied to the foundation. Teachers, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, people who work here but still can't afford medical care for their families. You've given them hope. Marcus hadn't thought about that. And that speaking his truth might help people right in his own school. Also, Principal Johnson continued, a local news station wants to do a story about healthcare struggles in New Jersey schools. They'd like to interview you and some of the families who've applied. Would you be interested? Marcus thought about it. More interviews meant more attention, but it also meant more families getting help. Can I think about it? Of course, take your time. At lunch, Deshaun was practically vibrating with excitement. Dude, my aunt's pharmacy called this morning. The foundation approved Jerome's application. His asthma medication is being delivered today. Marcus grinned. That's amazing. My aunt cried for like 20 minutes. She kept saying, miracles are real, miracles are real. Jerome's going to be able to play outside this summer. Actually run and play like a normal kid. Deshaun's voice cracked. You did that, man. You and the foundation. Dr. Rodriguez and MJ did it. I just helped review the application. No, you did it. By being brave enough to tell your story. By making people care. Deshaun punched Marcus's shoulder affectionately. My best friend, the hero. That afternoon, Marcus went to Teterboro for his regular foundation work. The office had been expanded. What had been a small temporary space was now a proper operation with 5 staff members, multiple computers, and filing cabinets full of applications. Dr. Rodriguez greeted him with a hug. Our internet hero returns. How does it feel to be famous? Weird, really weird. Well, get used to it. The interview has been viewed over 15 million times online. Your message is spreading. She led him to his desk. He had an actual desk now, with his name on a small placard. Amanda Chen sat nearby, processing applications on her computer. "We need your help with something," Dr. Rodriguez said, pulling up a file. "We've received several applications from families who saw your interview and are now coming forward with their stories. But we're concerned about fraud. When money becomes available, people sometimes lie to get it. We need you to help identify which stories are genuine." She showed Marcus 3 applications. All claimed urgent need. All had medical documentation. All seemed legitimate on the surface. "What am I looking for?" "Inconsistencies. Stories that seem rehearsed. Medical documentation that doesn't quite match the narrative. Yet your instinct has been good so far. You caught the Texas fraud case. We need that skill now more than ever." Marcus spent 2 hours reviewing applications. Most were clearly genuine. You could feel the desperation in the words, see the authenticity in how families described their struggles. But 2 raised flags. One family claimed their daughter had a rare genetic disorder requiring experimental treatment costing $700,000. But when Marcus Googled the disorder, he found that the treatment they mentioned didn't exist. It was still in early research phases, not available to patients. He marked it DNY. Treatment not available. Possible misunderstanding or fraud. The second application was trickier. A family in Tennessee requesting help with their son's cancer treatment. Everything looked legitimate, the medical records, even the insurance denials, the oncologist's letters. But something in the family's statement felt off. Too polished. Too many medical terms used too perfectly. Marcus compared it to Christopher Lane's mother's statement. Angela had written from her heart, messy, emotional, real. This Tennessee statement read like someone had copied information from medical websites and tried to make it sound personal. He marked it uncertain. Recommend verification call with family. Story feels coached. Dr. Rodriguez reviewed his recommendations and nodded approvingly. "You're absolutely right on both. The genetic disorder family, we already flagged them. They've been reported to authorities for attempted fraud. The Tennessee family, we'll call them today. Sometimes families ask doctors or friends to help write their statements, which is fine. But we need to verify the emotional truth behind the words. How much fraud are you seeing?" About 3% of applications. Most people are genuinely desperate. But when word spreads that money is available, unfortunately, some people try to take advantage. That's why your role is so important. You understand what real medical desperation looks like because you've lived it. By evening, Marcus had reviewed 23 applications. He'd recommended approval for 18, denial for 3, and further investigation for 2. Each decision weighed on him. His phone rang as he was packing up to leave. An unknown number. "Hello? Is this Marcus Williams?" A woman's voice, southern accent, nervous. "Yes? My name is Patricia Carmichael. I'm calling from Alabama. I saw your interview on Friday. My daughter..." Her voice broke. "Yeah, my daughter has leukemia. She's 8 years old. We've been denied coverage for a new treatment that could save her life. I applied to your foundation this morning, but I'm calling because I need you to know something." Marcus sat down, his heart racing. "Okay. The application, my husband helped me write it. He's better with words than I am, but everything in it is true, every word. Sarah has been fighting cancer for 2 years. She's had surgery, chemotherapy, radiation. Nothing has worked. There's a new immunotherapy treatment that targets her specific cancer type. Her oncologist says it could save her life. But it costs $400,000 and our insurance says it's experimental." The woman was crying now. "I just needed you to hear my voice, to know that I'm real, that Sarah is real, that we're not trying to scam anyone. We're just trying to save our baby girl." Marcus's throat was tight. "Mrs. Carmichael, I believe you. I'll look for your application and make sure it gets proper review." Thank you. "God bless you, young man. You're giving families like mine hope when we had none left." After the call ended, Marcus sat in silence. This was the weight of the work. Real people, real lives, real desperation. He found Patricia Carmichael's application in the system. Her husband had indeed helped write it. The language was more formal than she'd sounded on the phone. But the medical documentation was extensive and heartbreaking. Sarah Carmichael, age 8, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, multiple failed treatments, one last hope. Marcus typed his recommendation, approve, high priority, urgent need. I spoke with mother directly. Case is genuine and desperate. Dr. Rodriguez appeared beside him. Everything okay? You look shaken. Marcus explained the phone call. Dr. Rodriguez read his recommendation and immediately sent the case to the approval team. Sarah Carmichael will get her treatment, Dr. Rodriguez said firmly. We'll contact the family tonight. Just like that? Just like that. This is why we do this work, Marcus. To turn those phone calls from desperate to hopeful. On Tuesday, the local news station came to film their story. They interviewed Marcus at school, at home, and at the foundation office. They also interviewed 3 families from the area who'd applied for help. One was a teacher at Marcus's own school, Ms. Patterson, his English teacher. Marcus had no idea she'd applied. My son has type 1 diabetes. Just like Marcus, Ms. Patterson explained to the camera. We have insurance through the school district, but it doesn't cover continuous glucose monitors. We've been trying to afford one for 3 years. When I saw Marcus on Good Morning America talking about rationing supplies, I recognized my own story. I applied to the foundation that same day. The camera turned to Marcus. How does it feel knowing you've helped your own teacher? Marcus's voice was steady. It feels like proof that this crisis is everywhere. Teachers, nurses, mechanics, office workers, people with jobs and insurance still can't afford basic medical care. That's not a failure of individual families. That's a failure of the system. The news story aired on Wednesday evening. Marcus watched with his parents, cringing at how his voice sounded on TV, but proud of the message. The reporter's closing statement was powerful. Since Marcus Williams appeared on Good Morning America 5 days ago, the Christopher Lane Foundation has raised over $5 million and approved help for 127 families. But Marcus says the work is just beginning. Thousands of families still wait. And a 12-year-old boy from Patterson continues reviewing their applications, one desperate story at a time. Thursday brought unexpected news. Detective Cooper from the New Jersey State Police called the foundation office. Marcus was there when Dr. Rodriguez took the call. Yes, Detective, I understand. Thank you for letting us know. She hung up and turned to Marcus with a strange expression, part relief, part vindication. The investigation into Mr. Jordan is officially closed. No charges will be filed. The state police determined that while the circumstances were unusual, no laws were broken. I was not fleeing prosecution when I boarded that plane. The hospital hadn't filed formal charges yet. And Mr. Jordan was simply providing transportation to someone in need. So it's really over? It's really over. The jet was grounded for nothing. Well, not for nothing. If it hadn't been grounded, the media wouldn't have noticed. The story wouldn't have spread. The foundation might never have been created. Sometimes obstacles become opportunities. Jordan called that afternoon with the same news. We're clear, Marcus. No legal troubles. The plane can fly freely. More importantly, the foundation is legitimate and growing. We're making a real difference. There's something else, Jordan continued. I've been contacted by several members of Congress. They want to hold hearings about healthcare access and medication costs. They want you to testify. Marcus's stomach dropped. Testify? Like in Washington, D.C., in front of Congress? Yes, you'd be telling your story to the people who make laws, the people who can actually change the system. It would be intimidating, but it would also be powerful. When? 3 weeks. They're scheduling hearings for mid-April. You don't have to decide now, but think about it. Talk to your parents. This could be the next step in turning attention into action. That evening, Marcus sat with his parents at the kitchen table. The congressional testimony request lay between them like a challenge. "It's too much," Teresa said immediately. "He's 12. He's already done more than most adults. This is asking too much." "But, Mom, if Congress is actually paying attention..." "Congress pays attention when it's convenient, then forgets when cameras leave," David interjected, but his tone was thoughtful, not dismissive. "But maybe that's the point. Maybe we keep making them pay attention until they can't forget anymore." "I want to do it," Marcus said firmly. "I want to testify. Christopher can't speak for himself in Congress. He's 9 and he lives in Charlotte. Jasmine's too sick. Little David is 5. But I can speak. I can tell them what it's like. I can make them understand." His parents exchanged a long look. "If you do this," Teresa said slowly, "we support you completely, but we also protect you. If it becomes too much, we stop. If the pressure is too great, we step back. Your mental health and childhood matter more than any testimony. Understood?" "Understood." Friday marked 1 week since the Good Morning America interview. The foundation had now raised over $7 million. They'd approved help for 203 families across 38 states. The applications continued flooding in, over 2,000 total now. Marcus reviewed applications every afternoon after school. He developed a system, a way of reading between the lines to find the genuine desperation. Most cases were obvious. Some required careful thought. A few broke his heart so completely he had to take breaks. Like the application from the family in Michigan whose 10-year-old daughter had epilepsy. The same case he'd approved his first day. The foundation had paid for her medication. Now, 2 weeks later, the mother had sent an update. Emma had her first seizure-free week in 8 months. She went to school 5 full days. She played with her friends at recess. She laughed without fear. "You gave us our daughter back. How do I thank you for that? How do I express what it means to watch your child be a child again?" Dr. Rodriguez had Marcus read updates like these whenever the work felt too heavy. "Remember," she'd say, "this is why we do it. For Emma, for Christopher, for Jerome, for every kid who deserves to just be a kid." Saturday, Marcus woke to his phone ringing. Deshawn's name on the screen. "Dude, turn on the TV. Channel 7, now." Marcus stumbled to the living room and grabbed the remote. Channel 7 was running a news special. Healthcare crisis, stories that matter. And there on screen was Christopher Lane, and sitting in his Charlotte living room with his mother being interviewed. "Tell us about Marcus Williams," the reporter said. Christopher's face lit up. "Marcus is my friend. He came to visit me. He has diabetes, so he understands what it's like when medicine costs too much. He's really smart and really brave. He told millions of people about kids like me. And now I get to breathe." Angela Lane added, "Marcus gave other families permission to speak up. Before his interview, people were ashamed to admit they couldn't afford medical care. They felt like failures. Marcus showed them it's not their fault. It's the system's fault. He gave voice to the voiceless." The special continued for an hour, featuring interviews with families the foundation had helped. Jasmine Walker, who was finally able to restart her treatments. Little David Martinez, who'd had his first injury without requiring hospitalization because he had proper clotting factor. Patricia Carmichael's daughter Sarah, who'd started her immunotherapy treatment and was already showing improvement. Every family mentioned Marcus by name, thanked him, called him their hero. Marcus watched with tears streaming down his face. He'd never thought of himself as a hero. Heroes were people like Jordan and Dr. Rodriguez. He was just a kid who understood what it meant to hurt. But maybe that was enough. Maybe understanding suffering and choosing to help. Maybe that was exactly what heroism looked like. His phone buzzed, a text from Jordan. "Watching Channel 7. You see what you've done? You've given people hope. You've sparked a movement. 6 championships don't compare to this. This is real legacy. Proud of you, Marcus. Sunday morning, Marcus went to church with his parents. The pastor mentioned the foundation during his sermon. We have among us a young man who saw suffering and chose to act, who used his voice when he could have stayed silent, who understood that faith without works is dead. Marcus Williams reminds us that age doesn't determine impact, that courage doesn't require adulthood, that speaking truth to power is everyone's responsibility. After the service, at least a dozen people approached Marcus. Some wanted to share their own medical struggles. Some wanted to donate to the foundation. Some just wanted to shake his hand and say thank you. An elderly woman grabbed both his hands and looked him in the eyes. My grandson died 3 years ago because we couldn't afford his insulin. He was 16. I watch you on TV, and I think, maybe if someone like you had spoken up then, maybe my Johnny would still be here. You keep speaking up, baby. You speak up for all the Johnnies who can't speak anymore. Marcus hugged her while she cried. That afternoon, he made his decision. He called Jordan. I'll testify before Congress. I'll go to Washington. I'll tell them everything. Jordan was quiet for a moment. You're sure? I'm sure because of Christopher and Jasmine and David and Sarah and Emma and Jerome and all the families waiting for help. I'm sure because of the grandmother at church whose grandson died. I'm sure because someone has to speak up, and I can, and I will. Then I'll be right there beside you. Dr. Rodriguez, too. You won't face Congress alone. Thank you, MJ. No, Marcus, thank you. You've reminded me what matters. Now, what real greatness looks like. It's not championships or fame. It's using whatever platform you have to help others. You're 12, and you understand that better than most adults ever will. That night, Marcus returned to his notebook, the one where he'd been documenting everything. He wrote about the last week, about the interviews and the families and the growing movement, about the weight of responsibility and the joy of helping. He wrote, 1 week ago, I was on national TV. Today, families are getting medicine they couldn't afford. Is this what making a difference feels like? It's heavier than I expected, but also lighter. Like the weight I've been carrying, the guilt of my own disease, the burden of medical costs, is being shared by millions of people now. We're all carrying it together, and together, it feels possible to actually change something. Marcus closed the notebook and looked at his Michael Jordan posters. The dunks and championships seemed less important now. What mattered was the man behind the image. The man who'd seen a grounded jet not as an inconvenience, but as an opportunity. The man who'd chosen compassion over caution. 3 weeks until Washington. 3 weeks to prepare. 3 weeks to get ready to tell Congress what every suffering family already knew. The system was broken, people were dying, and it was time for those with power to actually use it. Marcus Williams, 12 years old, with type 1 diabetes and a voice that was finally being heard, was ready to speak truth to the most powerful people in the country. And he wasn't afraid anymore. Like the 3 weeks before the congressional testimony passed in a blur of preparation, interviews, and foundation work, Marcus's life had transformed completely. He was no longer just a 7th grader from Patterson. He'd become a symbol, hope for some, controversy for others. Not everyone celebrated his message. Conservative talk radio hosts called him a pawn of liberal politics. Some online commentators accused Jordan of exploiting a child for publicity. A few insurance company representatives suggested the foundation was encouraging people to game the system rather than work harder. Patricia Sims, the media coach, warned Marcus about this. When you challenge powerful interests, insurance companies, pharmaceutical corporations, hospital administrators, they fight back. They'll attack your credibility, your motives, even your family. Don't engage. Stay focused on your truth. The attack stung, but they also revealed something important. Marcus was threatening people who profited from the broken system. That meant he was making a real impact. The foundation's work continued expanding. By early April, they'd helped over 400 families. The staff had grown to 12 people working full-time. Applications now exceeded 3,000. Marcus spent every afternoon at Teterboro, reviewing cases, learning the complexities of medical billing, understanding insurance denial tactics. He'd become surprisingly good at identifying which families needed help most urgently. One afternoon, Dr. Rodriguez called him into her office. "Marcus, I want to show you something." She pulled up a spreadsheet on her computer. "These are denial patterns we've identified. Look at this. Certain insurance companies systematically deny coverage for specific medications as a first response, knowing most families won't appeal. They're counting on people giving up." Marcus studied the data. One company denied 73% of initial requests for expensive medications. Another had an average appeal process lasting 6 months, long enough that some patients died waiting. "That's evil," Marcus said flatly. "That's business, and that's what you'll be telling Congress. These aren't random failures. This is systematic prioritization of profits over patients." Marcus incorporated this information into his testimony preparation. He worked with Patricia, with Dr. Rodriguez, with Jordan's legal team. They helped him structure his message, anticipate questions, prepare for hostile interrogation. "Now, some Congress people will be sympathetic," Patricia explained. "Others will try to discredit you. They'll suggest you don't understand economics or insurance markets. They'll imply you're too young to grasp complex policy issues. How will you respond?" Marcus remembered Jordan's advice about speaking from truth, not anger. "I'll say I may not understand economics, but I understand what it's like to ration insulin. I may not understand insurance markets, but I understand what it's like to watch my parents choose between medicine and rent. I may be 12, but I've lived with medical costs my entire diagnosis. That's expertise they don't have." Patricia smiled. Perfect. Personal. Impossible to dismiss. 2 weeks before the testimony, Marcus received an unexpected package. Inside was a handwritten letter from Christopher Lane. "Dear Marcus, Mom is helping me write this because my spelling isn't great yet. I wanted you to know that I've been seizure-free." Wait, that's wrong. I don't have seizures, that's epilepsy. I've been breathing great for a whole month now. I started playing soccer. I'm not very good yet, but I can run the whole field without stopping. Before the Trikafta, I could barely walk to the mailbox. Now I'm an athlete. Mom says I'm not really an athlete yet, but I feel like one. I know you're going to talk to Congress soon. I wish I could come with you. I wish I could tell them what it was like before, how scary it was to not breathe right, how I'd wake up at night feeling like I was drowning, how Mom would cry when she thought I was asleep. But I can't go to Washington because of school and because it's far. So I made you something instead." Folded inside the letter was a drawing. Christopher had used markers to create a picture of Marcus standing at a podium, with a U.S. flag behind him. Above Marcus's head, Christopher had drawn a speech bubble. "Every kid deserves to breathe." At the bottom, in careful kid handwriting, "You're my hero, Marcus. Tell them the truth. Tell them about kids like me. Make them understand. Love, Christopher." Marcus taped the drawing to his bedroom wall, right next to his Jordan posters. 1 week before Washington, the foundation held a planning meeting. Jordan flew in specifically for it, bringing his legal team and communication staff. They gathered in the expanded office at Teterboro, now large enough for a conference table. "The testimony is important," Jordan began, "but it's just one step. We need a long-term strategy. Marcus, you've become the face of this movement whether you intended to or not. We need to protect you while maximizing impact." A lawyer named David Chen outlined the plan. "After congressional testimony, we're anticipating more media requests, possibly book deals, speaking invitations. We'll be selective. Focus on opportunities that advance the mission, not just Marcus's profile." "What about school?" Teresa asked. She and David had come to the meeting. "My son still needs to be a kid. He still needs to do homework and hang out with friends." "Absolutely," Jordan agreed. "We're not going to let this consume his childhood. The foundation has staff now. Dr. Rodriguez runs operations. Marcus's role is important but limited. He reviews applications a few hours per week, does occasional media when it serves the cause. That's it." Marcus spoke up. But what about after the testimony? What if Congress does nothing? What if they listen and then ignore everything? The room was quiet. Dr. Rodriguez answered carefully. Then we keep working. We help families one at a time. We document every case. We build evidence until they can't ignore us anymore. Change doesn't happen because of one speech, Marcus. It happens because of sustained pressure over time. How long? As long as it takes. Civil rights took decades. Healthcare reform is just as complex. We're in this for the long fight. Marcus absorbed that. Years, possibly. Years of reviewing applications, telling stories, fighting a system designed to resist change. But when he thought about Christopher playing soccer, about Jasmine restarting her treatments, and about little David playing without fear, the long fight seemed worth it. The weekend before Washington, Marcus tried to have a normal Saturday. He and Deshaun went to Eastside Park to shoot hoops, just like before any of this happened. "You nervous about Tuesday?" Deshaun asked, taking a shot from the three-point line. Terrified. "You'll be great. You're always great when you talk about this stuff." Deshaun rebounded his own miss. "Hey, I've been thinking. When you're famous, like really famous, will you still hang out with me?" Marcus laughed. "Dude, I'm not famous. I'm just a kid who spoke up." "You're on TV. You've got millions of people following your foundation. You're working with Michael Jordan. That's famous." "It's temporary. Once this dies down, everything goes back to normal." Deshaun gave him a skeptical look. "I don't think this dies down, man. I think you started something that keeps going. But that's okay. Just don't forget about your best friend when you're changing the world." Never. They played until dark, trash-talking and laughing, being 12-year-olds without the weight of congressional testimony or foundation responsibilities. It was exactly what Marcus needed. Monday morning, Marcus's family flew to Washington, D.C. Jordan had arranged everything. First-class tickets, a hotel near Capitol Hill, even a brief tour of monuments before the testimony. Marcus stood at the Lincoln Memorial reading the Gettysburg Address carved into stone. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. The words felt heavy with meaning now that he was about to address that government. That evening, in their hotel room, Marcus went over his testimony one final time. He'd memorized the key points but wasn't reading from a script. Patricia had emphasized authenticity over polish. His mother sat beside him. "Baby, if you want to back out, we can. Right now. No shame. No judgment." "I'm not backing out, Mom." "I know. I just needed to offer." She hugged him tight. "Your grandmother called. She's so proud she can't stop crying. Your whole family is watching tomorrow. The whole neighborhood is watching. But most importantly, hundreds of families who need help are watching. You're their voice." Marcus's phone buzzed. A text from Dr. Rodriguez. Christopher's mother called. They'll be watching from Charlotte. Jasmine's watching from her hospital bed. David's parents are hosting a watch party. You've got an army behind you. Another text, now from Jordan. "Sleep well. Tomorrow, you make history. Not because of what you say, but because you had the courage to say it. See you in the morning." Marcus tried to sleep but couldn't. His mind raced through everything: the grounded jet, meeting Christopher, the applications, the families, the weight of expectation. Finally, around midnight, his father came into his room. "Can't sleep either," David admitted, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Want to talk?" "I keep thinking, what if I mess up? What if I say something wrong and hurt the cause instead of helping it?" David was quiet for a moment. "Son, you know what I've learned working on airplanes? Every mechanic makes mistakes, every single one. What separates good mechanics from bad ones isn't avoiding mistakes. It's how you handle them when they happen. You acknowledge it, you fix it, yes, you learn from it." "But this is Congress. Mistakes matter." "Mistakes always matter, but authenticity matters more. Those Congress people have heard from lobbyists and executives and experts with fancy degrees. They haven't heard from a 12-year-old who rations insulin. Your truth is what matters. Even if you stumble, Even if you're nervous, your truth will shine through. Marcus felt some of the tension ease. Thanks, Dad. Get some sleep. Tomorrow you make your old man proud. Again. Tuesday morning arrived cold and bright. Marcus dressed in the suit Jordan's team had selected. Navy blue, professional but not stuffy, with a tie Christopher's mother had sent. It had tiny basketballs on it. For courage, her note said. The Capitol building was massive and intimidating. Marble columns, high ceilings, history soaking into every corner. Marcus walked through security with his parents, Jordan and Dr. Rodriguez. Other witnesses for the hearing gathered in a waiting room. Doctors, policy experts, a pharmaceutical company executive. The executive, a man in his 50s with silver hair and an expensive watch, looked at Marcus with barely concealed disdain. You're the kid who's been attacking insurance companies? I've been telling the truth about people who can't afford medicine, Marcus replied evenly. The healthcare market is complex. You can't solve systemic issues with emotional anecdotes. Before Marcus could respond, Jordan stepped forward. Those emotional anecdotes are 9-year-old kids who can't breathe. If you can look at that and see market complexity instead of moral failure, you're part of the problem. The executive's face reddened, but he said nothing more. A congressional staffer appeared. Mr. Williams, they're ready for you. You'll be testifying before the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, Subcommittee on Health. Approximately 25 members present. Your testimony is scheduled for 15 minutes, followed by questions. Marcus's heart hammered. This was it. They walked through corridors filled with American history, into a hearing room with rows of seats, a long table facing a raised platform where Congresspeople sat, cameras everywhere, press in the gallery, dozens of observers watching. Marcus took his seat at the witness table. Jordan sat directly behind him in the first row of public seats. Dr. Rodriguez beside Jordan, his parents beside her. The committee chairman, a congressman from Ohio, gavelled the hearing to order. This hearing will examine prescription drug costs and access to affordable health care. We've heard from industry experts and policymakers. Now we'll hear from those directly affected by current practices. Our first witness is Marcus Williams, age 12, who has become a prominent voice in the healthcare access movement. Mr. Williams, please proceed with your testimony. Marcus looked at the microphone in front of him, at the congresspeople staring down from their elevated platform, at the cameras broadcasting this nationally. He thought about Christopher's drawing, about the grandmother whose grandson died without insulin, about the 3,000 families waiting for help. He cleared his throat and began to speak. My name is Marcus Williams. I'm 12 years old. I'm in 7th grade at Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School in Paterson, New Jersey. And I have type 1 diabetes. Marcus's voice was steady, clearer than he'd expected. The room was silent except for the quiet hum of cameras. I'm going to tell you what it's like to be 12 and ration insulin. What it's like to skip blood sugar tests because test strips cost $40 for a box of 50, and you need to make them last. What it's like to watch your mom work double shifts and know it's because of you. Because you're sick. Because your disease costs money that your family doesn't have. He paused, looking directly at the congresspeople. Before I talk about policy or systems or markets, I want you to understand something. Every number you discuss, every dollar amount, every percentage, every statistic, that's a person. That's a kid like me. That's a family like mine. A congresswoman from California leaned forward, listening intently. 3 weeks ago, I met a boy named Christopher Lane. He's 9. He has cystic fibrosis, which means he can't breathe properly without medication. The medication exists. It's called Trikafta. It works. Christopher's doctor prescribed it. But his insurance company denied coverage 3 times. The medication costs $311,000 per year. His mother works at a grocery store making $14.50 an hour. Marcus pulled out a folder and extracted a photo. Christopher smiling in his Hornets jersey. This is Christopher. He wrote in his grateful book that breathing is nice and everyone should get to do it. That's what we're talking about today. Whether kids like Christopher get to breathe. Whether that's worth $300,000 to insurance companies who made $41 billion in profit last year. Several Congresspeople were taking notes now. A doctor named Elena Rodriguez looked at Christopher struggling to breathe and gave him the medication anyway. She knew she'd be fired. She knew she might face criminal charges, but she couldn't watch a child suffocate when she had the power to help. So she helped. And yes, she was fired. The hospital called security to escort her out. They threatened to prosecute her for theft because she saved a child's life. Marcus's voice grew stronger. Michael Jordan flew Dr. Rodriguez to safety on his private jet. That jet was grounded for 4 days while police investigated. Everyone thought it was a scandal, drugs or money or something shameful. Yeah, but the reason that left everyone guessing, was compassion. It was a doctor who chose patience over protocols. It was a basketball legend who chose helping over hiding. It was people deciding that some things matter more than rules. The chairman nodded slowly, encouraging him to continue. Since that story became public, the Christopher Lane Foundation has received over 3,000 applications from families who can't afford medical care. 3,000 in 5 weeks. These aren't people who don't have insurance. Most do. These are working families, teachers, nurses, mechanics, police officers who have jobs and insurance and still can't afford to keep their children alive. Marcus pulled out more documents. I've reviewed hundreds of these applications. I've read about 8-year-old Emma in Michigan whose epilepsy causes 4 seizures a week. Her new medication was denied by insurance even though it could reduce seizures by 80%. I've read about 16-year-old Jasmine who had to drop out of school because lupus medication she needs costs $18,000 per month. I've read about 5-year-old David who could bleed to death from a minor fall because his clotting factor is classified as too expensive. He looked at each congressperson individually. You want to know what's complicated? Explaining to Emma why her brain won't stop attacking itself. Explaining to Jasmine why she can't become a nurse like she dreams. Explaining to David why he can't play like other kids. That's complicated. Paying for their medicine shouldn't be. A congressman from Texas interrupted. Mr. Williams, with all due respect, you're very young. Do you understand the economic factors that determine drug pricing? The research and development costs? The market dynamics? Marcus had been prepared for this. No, sir, I don't understand those things. I'm 12. But I understand that insulin was discovered in 1921, and the inventors sold the patent for $1 because they wanted everyone who needed it to afford it. I understand that insulin costs about $6 to manufacture, but sells for $300 per vial in America. I understand that the same insulin costs $30 in Canada. So either Canadian economics is magical, or American healthcare prioritizes profits over patients. Several people in the gallery clapped before being shushed by security. The congressman's face tightened. The free market determines prices. That's capitalism. Then capitalism is killing kids, Marcus replied simply. Christopher Lane almost died not because medicine doesn't exist, but because his life was worth less than profit margins. If that's how capitalism works, maybe capitalism is broken. Dr. Rodriguez sat in the gallery, tears streaming down her face. Jordan's expression was proud. Marcus continued. I've learned something reviewing applications. Insurance companies have patterns. They systematically deny expensive medications as a first response, knowing most families won't appeal. One company denies 73% of initial requests. Another's appeal process averages 6 months, long enough that some patients die waiting. These aren't accidents. This is strategy. Deny first, approve only when pressured. Count on desperation to make families give up. He pulled out the data Dr. Rodriguez had shown him. This chart shows denial patterns across major insurance companies. Notice how denials spike for medications over $50,000 annually. It's not about medical necessity, it's about cost control. They're betting that some percentage of patients will die or give up before appeals succeed. They're right, people do die. Kids do die. While paperwork processes. A congresswoman from New York spoke up. Mr. Williams, what would you have us do? Healthcare policy is incredibly complex. There are no simple solutions. Marcus took a breath. This was the crucial moment. I'm not a policy expert. I can't write legislation, but I can tell you what families need. They need insurance to cover medications that doctors prescribe. They need appeal processes that take days, not months. They need transparency about why medications are denied. They need protection from bankruptcy when they get sick. They need to stop choosing between medicine and rent. He paused. But more than specific policies, they need you to care. Really care. Not in a political way where you make speeches and then vote based on lobbyist donations. In a human way, where you remember that every number on a spreadsheet is someone's child. Marcus pulled out Christopher's drawing and held it up. Christopher made this for me. He drew me speaking to you today, and he wrote, "Every kid deserves to breathe." That's not complicated policy. That's basic morality. If you leave this hearing today and don't change anything, if you go back to accepting donations from insurance companies and pharmaceutical corporations, if you let this moment pass without action, then Christopher's drawing is wrong. Because we don't actually believe every kid deserves to breathe. We only believe it for kids whose families can afford it. The room was completely silent. I'm 12. I shouldn't have to be here. I should be in school taking a math test or playing basketball with my friends. But I'm here because adults, people with power, people who can change things, haven't fixed this. So kids like me have to tell our stories and hope you'll listen. Hope you'll care. Hope you'll act. Marcus looked at his notes one final time, then set them aside. 3 weeks ago, Michael Jordan's jet was grounded. Everyone guessed about the reason: drugs, money, scandal. But the real reason was simpler and more important than any scandal. It was compassion. It was choosing to help someone in need even when it was risky. Even when it caused problems. Even when people might not understand. He looked directly at the chairman. That jet is flying again now, but thousands of families are still grounded, still stuck, still suffering. You have the power to let them fly, to give them the freedom that comes from affordable health care, to make sure kids like Christopher can breathe, kids like Jasmine can learn, kids like David can play, kids like me can live without feeling like burdens to our families. Marcus's voice grew quiet but intense. I don't know if you'll do anything after I leave today. I don't know if my testimony matters or if this is just political theater. But I know this. I'll keep reviewing applications. Dr. Rodriguez will keep helping families. Mr. Jordan will keep funding the foundation. We'll keep doing the work because kids are dying and we can't just accept that. He stood up, his testimony complete. I hope you'll join us. I hope you'll do your jobs. I hope you'll remember that the real reason for your positions, the real reason you're here, is to help people. All people, not just the ones who can afford lobbyists. Thank you. Marcus sat down. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the gallery erupted in applause. Not polite applause. Standing, emotional, sustained. The chairman didn't stop it immediately. He let it continue for nearly 30 seconds before gaveling for order. Thank you, Mr. Williams. That was extraordinarily powerful testimony. The chairman's voice was thick. We'll now proceed to questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio. For the next hour, Congresspeople questioned Marcus. Some were sympathetic, asking how they could help. Others were defensive, challenging his understanding of economics and markets. A few seemed genuinely moved, taking extensive notes. The pharmaceutical executive who'd been dismissive earlier was called to testify after Marcus. His prepared statement about research costs and innovation rang hollow after Marcus's words. When asked to respond to Marcus's testimony, he could only say, "Healthcare is complicated." A 12-year-old just explained it pretty simply, the chairwoman snapped. Kids need medicine. Families can't afford it. You charge too much. What's complicated? The executive had no good answer. After 3 hours, the hearing concluded, and as Marcus stood to leave, several congresspeople approached him directly. Unusual protocol, but they didn't seem to care. I have grandchildren your age. one said, shaking his hand. You've given me perspective I was missing, thank you. I'm introducing legislation next week, another promised. Emergency medication access for children? It won't solve everything, but it's a start. Outside the hearing room, media swarmed. Marcus was exhausted but answered a few questions before Jordan's security team escorted them away. In the car back to the hotel, Marcus finally let himself feel the weight of what had just happened. He'd testified before Congress. He'd told the truth to some of the most powerful people in America. Whether they'd act on it remained to be seen. His phone was exploding with messages. Deshaun had sent 17 texts, and all in caps. His grandmother had called 5 times. The foundation office reported that donations had spiked during the testimony, over $200,000 in 3 hours. But the message that made Marcus cry came from Angela Lane. Christopher watched your testimony in his classroom. His teacher let the whole class watch. When you finished, Christopher stood up and clapped. Then his whole class stood up. Then his teacher. Christopher called me during lunch. He said Marcus told them about me. He made them understand. Thank you, Marcus. You gave my son a voice he didn't have. You gave all our children a voice. That evening, back at the hotel, Marcus's family ordered room service and watched the news coverage. Every major network led with his testimony. Clips of his speech were going viral on social media. And hashtag Every Kid Deserves to Breathe was trending nationally. Jordan stopped by their room. You did good today, Marcus. Really good. Not just the words, the way you carried yourself, the dignity, the clarity. Adults twice your age couldn't have done better. Do you think anything will change? Jordan sat down, choosing his words carefully. I think you moved the needle. I think you made people care who didn't care before. I think you gave families hope and put pressure on lawmakers they can't ignore. Will that translate to immediate policy changes? Maybe not. But you planted seeds today. Important seeds. He pulled out his phone and showed Marcus something. A video that had been posted an hour ago. It showed the pharmaceutical executive leaving the Capitol building, being swarmed by reporters. They asked him to respond to Marcus's testimony. Now the executive looked frustrated. Look, the kid is sympathetic, but he doesn't understand business realities. A reporter pressed. He said your company made $41 billion in profit last year while denying coverage to children with cystic fibrosis. Is that wrong? The executive stammered, tried to deflect, finally just walked away without answering. That, Jordan said, is what winning looks like. Not immediate victory, but making the opposition look indefensible. You did that today. Later that night, alone in his hotel room, Marcus opened his notebook. He wrote about the testimony, about the Congress people's reactions, about the weight and the relief and the hope. He wrote, I don't know if I changed anything today, but I know I tried. I know I spoke truth. I know families heard me and felt less alone. Maybe that's enough for now. No, maybe that's how change starts. One voice at a time, one truth at a time, until the chorus is too loud to ignore. The next morning, flying home to New Jersey, Marcus scrolled through social media reactions. Most were supportive. Some were critical. A few were cruel. But one comment caught his attention. It was from a woman in Oregon, the same woman who tweeted after his Good Morning America interview about her daughter needing insulin. Update, Wayne. My daughter's insulin is now covered by the Christopher Lane Foundation. She had her first week without rationing in 6 months. Marcus Williams saved her life. Not metaphorically, actually saved it. Whatever happens next, whatever policies do or don't change, that matters. My daughter matters. She's here because a 12-year-old boy was brave enough to speak up. Thank you doesn't cover it. But thank you. Marcus showed the comment to his mother. Teresa read it and pulled him into a hug. You see? You're making a difference. One family at a time. Is one family at a time enough? It is for that family. It is for that daughter. And as you help more families, one at a time adds up. It becomes a movement. It becomes change. When they landed at Newark Airport, Marcus expected to quietly go home and return to normal life. Instead, they found a small crowd waiting, maybe 40 people holding signs. "Thank you, Marcus. You gave us hope. Every kid deserves to breathe." Several families from the area who'd applied to the foundation had come to thank him in person. They wanted to shake his hand, to tell him their stories, to let him know he mattered. One woman approached with a boy about Marcus's age. "This is Tyler. You approved his application 2 weeks ago. He has type 1 diabetes too. His CGM arrives tomorrow. He wanted to meet you." Tyler was shy but determined. "Thank you. My dad said you're the reason I'm getting proper supplies. I wanted you to know that matters. You matter." The two boys stood there, both with the same disease, both understanding what it meant to struggle. Tyler held out his fist for a bump. Marcus bumped it, and they both smiled. This, Marcus thought, was why he'd been brave. Not for fame or attention, not even for policy changes, though those would be nice. For Tyler, for Christopher, for Emma and Jasmine and David and Jerome and all the kids who just wanted to live without constant fear. The foundation office at Teterboro was buzzing when Marcus arrived Thursday afternoon. Dr. Rodriguez met him with excitement. "Marcus, the testimony worked. We've received over $4 million in donations since Tuesday. Application submissions have tripled, and..." She paused dramatically. 3 different pharmaceutical companies have contacted us about creating compassionate use programs. They're feeling the pressure. Compassionate use programs? Ways to provide medication to families who can't afford it. It's not a complete solution, but it's movement. It's acknowledgement that the current system isn't working. You did that. Your testimony created pressure they can't ignore. Marcus felt a surge of hope. Real change. Maybe not immediate, maybe not complete, but real. "There's something else," Dr. Rodriguez continued. "I got a call from Christopher's doctor in Charlotte. The hospital has established a new policy. Any child with immediate life-threatening need will receive emergency medication, regardless of insurance status. They're calling it the Christopher Lane Protocol. It applies to their entire hospital system." Because of the foundation? Because of the attention. Because your testimony made them look at their policies and realize they couldn't defend denying life-saving care to children. One hospital, but it's a start. That weekend, Marcus tried to return to normal life. He went to Deshawn's house, played video games, complained about homework, but normal felt different now. He'd testified before Congress. He'd helped over 400 families. He'd started something that was growing beyond his ability to control it. Sunday evening, his phone rang. The White House. Marcus nearly dropped the phone. "Hello? Is this Marcus Williams? Please hold for the president." 30 seconds of silence. Then a familiar voice. "Marcus, this is President. Well, you know who I am. I watched your testimony. Watched it twice, actually. I wanted to tell you that you've got courage most adults lack. You spoke truth to power, and power heard you." Marcus could barely breathe. The President of the United States was calling him. "Thank you, sir. Mr. President?" "Sir." A warm chuckle. "I'm directing my health team to review emergency medication access policies. Your testimony highlighted gaps I wasn't fully aware of. We can't fix everything immediately, but we can start. And we will start. Because you're right, every kid deserves to breathe. That's not complicated. That's basic human decency." After the call ended, Marcus sat in stunned silence. His parents stared at him. "The president," Marcus managed. "The president just called me." "What did he say?" David asked. "That he's reviewing policies, that they're going to start making changes. Because of the testimony." Teresa pulled him into a hug. "Baby, do you understand what you've done? You're 12 years old and you just influenced national policy. You've changed the conversation." That night, Marcus lay in bed thinking about the journey. It had started with a grounded jet at Teterboro Airport, a mystery that left everyone guessing. speculation about drugs and money and scandal, but the real reason had been so much simpler and so much more important. Compassion, courage, the decision to help someone in need even when it was risky. Michael Jordan helping Dr. Rodriguez. Dr. Nate Rodriguez helping Christopher Lane. The foundation helping hundreds of families. Marcus helping by telling the truth. One act of compassion leading to another, rippling outward, creating waves of change. Marcus pulled out his notebook one more time. He wrote, "The jet was grounded for 4 days. Everyone guessed about the reason. But the real reason, the reason that matters, is that Michael Jordan saw someone who needed help and decided to help. That simple. That profound. And now, because of that one decision, hundreds of families have hope. Kids have medicine. The system is starting to crack. Maybe that's what heroism looks like. Not grand gestures or dramatic moments. Just seeing suffering and choosing to act. Just speaking truth even when your voice shakes. Just believing that one person's courage can inspire another's and another's. Until suddenly thousands of people are standing up together, demanding change. The jet is flying again, but the movement it started is still grounded in truth and compassion, in the belief that every child deserves to breathe. That's the real reason. That's what matters. That's what I'll keep fighting for." Marcus closed the notebook and looked at Christopher's drawing on his wall, at the Michael Jordan posters, at the picture of himself with Tyler from the airport. Tomorrow he'd be back at school, back to math class and lunch with Deshaun and normal 12-year-old life. But he'd also be back at the foundation, reviewing applications, helping families, continuing the work. Because the real reason, the reason that had left everyone guessing, the reason that had started everything, wasn't a mystery anymore. It was hope. It was courage. It was the belief that systems could change, that voices mattered, that one grounded jet could become a movement. And Marcus Williams, 12 years old, with type 1 diabetes and a voice that refused to stay silent, was just getting started. And that was the end of Marcus Williams's incredible journey. From a 12-year-old boy at an airport to a voice that changed thousands of lives. A story that started with a mysterious grounded jet and became a movement proving that courage has no age limit and compassion can spark real change. Now, we'd love to hear from you. Where are you listening from? Drop your location in the comments below. If this story moved you, inspired you, or opened your eyes to the healthcare struggles families face every day, please hit that like button. It helps us reach more people who need to hear stories like this. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more incredibly engaging, emotionally powerful true stories that matter. We bring you tales of courage, hope, and humanity that remind us what's possible when ordinary people do extraordinary things. And here's the most important part. Share this video with your friends and family. Spread the kindness, spread the awareness. Because just like Marcus's voice sparked a movement, your share could inspire someone else to speak up, to help, to make a difference in their own community. Remember, every child deserves to breathe. Every voice matters, and sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply refuse to stay silent. Thank you for listening. Until next time, keep believing that one person, no matter how young, no matter how small, can change the world.